Good morning, Commissioner Carter. I just want to do a quick sound check.
Good morning, Monica.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Howerton. Just want to do a quick sound check.
Good morning, Monica. I'm good.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Keith, before we get started, just want to know, will you be running the slides for your CIP presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, perfect. Thank
I'll run
you.
a PowerPoint. It's just as long as you can allow me to take over the screen, we'll be good.
Yep, will do. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. If commissioners and other people are still standing by that time, this is a big agenda we got going today.
It is. It definitely
Yeah,
is.
I
Commissioner,
agree.
Commissioner Burns, I just want to do a quick sound check.
Good morning, Miss Tuma. How art thou was?
I'm doing well, and it's Miss Wallace, ma'am.
Gosh, listen, tell him I'm sorry. Yes, Miss Wallace. You know, we only love two, you and Christopher Wallace. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Thank you very much.
You like that? You like that name, huh?
I love it. I love it. Good morning, everyone. It is 9 a.m. We do have all of our commissioners on the line. We have our interim manager, Hager, as well as our acting county attorney, Willie Darby. And we are live on YouTube, so we can go ahead and get started. I also want to do just a really quick reminder, if we can make sure everyone's mics are muted and cameras are off unless you are responding to a question or you are presenting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners, staff, and community. Today, March 7th, 2022, is our work session, and I will read the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe the public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. So in getting started this morning, commissioners, the first thing is, Ms. Wallace, do we have any comments, citizen comments?
Good morning, Chair Howerton. We do not have any citizen comments. No comments were received via email between Friday up until 2 p.m. Yesterday.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on to, is there anything any commissioners would like to share at this point? If not, we'll move on to the consent agenda. We have this morning, we have a huge agenda, commissioners. And I will do my best to manage our time efficiently, that we get out at a reasonable time. And I believe we have, do we have any closed sessions after this today, Monica?
No, Chair Howerton, there are no closed sessions scheduled today.
Thank you. All right, we'll start with, we have 14 consent items on the agenda, and I will ask our interim manager if she will take us through these items and see if commissioners have any comments, questions.
Okay, the first item is 2289, approval to enter into a contract with Strategic Connections, Inc. to upgrade audio visual equipment in the Criminal Justice Resource Building using existing funds, and the amount is $72,695. Okay, the next one is 2293, approval of policy for board involvement in approving salaries for the ABC system general managers. The next one is 2298, approve an amendment to increase the contract with Davenport Group in the amount of $930,000 for IS&T hardware and software services. The next one is 22105. It's an update regarding design of the structural public art screen wall at the 318 East Main Street parking deck, and approval of an amendment to the public art agreement with Parasoli LLC for its fabrication installation in the amount of $520,000, including 3% contingency for not to exceed $705,000. And this will also be a presentation at the next meeting.
Okay.
All right, the next one is 22-112, budget ordinance amendment to recognize $23,552 in federal pass-through funding by the North Carolina Division of Emergency Management for emergency management performance grant funding. Always great to get those grants.
Claudia, can you say a little bit more about what they will do? That
Sure.
funding will do?
We have our Office of Emergency Services Director, Jim Groves, on the line. And Jim, can you share more about this?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone.
Good
So
morning, Jim.
the EMPG, the Emergency Management Performance Grants, are something that we depend on every year to support any emergency management activity. And a big thing that we do is training, exercises, plan development. This is a little bit of a surprise extra funding. And as we have been looking to revise the East Durham evacuation plan around the Brentog facility, we're one of the proposed uses of this additional funding is to work with Brentog to develop that East Durham evacuation plan. So should something occur at the facility that requires evacuation, we have got routes planned, we've got shelters planned that will be open, and all the supporting mechanisms that go with that. That is one of the proposed uses of this funding to be able to do that evacuation plan. Another proposed use is to continue our exercises with our complex coordinated terrorist attack. And once we get our plans in place and this training, we've got 4 new trainings that we're actually going through this week, that we can do functional and full-scale exercises to kind of test our complex coordinated terrorist attack plan.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jim. All right, the next item is 22-113. This is a final budget for the Douglas Day 2 Farm Conservation Easement and to approve the capital project amendment, decreasing the open space farmland preservation capital project by $127,900 and a budget amendment transferring $127,900 from PAYGO funds to the general fund to support the purchase of this second phase of this conservation easement.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just have a comment about this item and the next conservation easement for the Len Needham Farm. That I just want to celebrate Jane Corrist and her staff for their great work, and really just ask our staff to think about how we can really let the community know really about both of these, because you know, Douglas Day is a leader in our community, and so is Len Needham. They both are. And you know what first of all, what's happening with around the Douglas Day farm, I think is so significant, because it's not just him, but also the Clare Glen farm, the Austin Glen farm, and the fact that it is the only Black century farm in Durham County, and that we're preserving this whole family's legacy, I think is really significant. We talked about this before. I know Commissioner Burns had made some comments about this before. But the thing about the Len Needham farm is also the fact that he is basically doing a bargain sale where he's donating, you know, $60,000 worth of value to the community. And I think that it would not only help to show the great work that is happening and the importance and what these leaders in our community are doing to preserve, you know, farmland in our community and their families' wealth and legacy, but also to help spread the word to other farmers about what they might choose to do. So I would just ask if we could do some type of press release about both of these after our board approves them, you know, an In Touch Durham County episode where we bring in Douglas Day and Len Needham. I don't know, whatever you decide. But again, I just think this work is really important to inform the public about. And that was just my comments.
You know, this goes back so far back, Jane, that you've been working on this. I think that you started on this because we would go out to Day's farm. God, I think it was in 2009 and 10 that the conversation started.
Yep.
So, and so at this point, are there any other steps that will need to be taken?
Yeah. So the action you all will be taking in improving the shifting of these funds over to the operating fund is the final step that takes place before the closing, so that we then have the funds in the right place to go ahead and do sort of our part for the closing. So we may be able to close on this easement really potentially by the end of March. And so we can really celebrate. We have Mr. Day's farm. As I think most of you know, there's a large assemblage of Glen descendants along Hampton Road. And Mr. Day has already put an easement on the first phase, which was 26 acres. And then he was buying out some of his relatives' properties in order to expand his farm. This is sort of 2 more properties coming in. And I think, as you all were saying, it's really something to celebrate, and we'll be ready to go on this one. And I really appreciate whether it's press releases or some interviews. One of the things we try to be very sensitive with our farmers, you know, this program is dependent on our landowners and our farmers who really want to work on protecting their farm forever. So we want to get the word out, but some are more interested in a lot of press and attention, and others are a little more private about that. And we really try to respect that. So I'm happy to talk with each of these landowners and see where they land on that continuum. We always try to let them know that that could be a possibility, but we don't want to thrust a landowner into a situation where they would prefer to, it's a private action. And we'll just check with our 2 landowners and see where they are. But part of that is sort of building that respectful relationship between Durham County with the landowners, because that's how we continue to keep landowners interested. And we are so thankful for the board's support in this area. We wouldn't be able to work in partnership with Mr. Day without the Board of Commissioners consistently supporting this very strong program. And I do want a very quick shout out while people sort of compliment the program. I want to really do a shout out for Celeste Burns, who works very closely with these farmers. She's the open space coordinator on our team, and she really carries the burden of an incredible amount of paperwork to make these happen. So thank you again, board members.
Thank you, Jane, and thanks for the sensitivity around the farmers, because that's important.
Yes.
Commissioner Carter, I think I saw your hand.
Yes, thank you. Just real quickly, while we're on this item, which is such an important item, as everyone has said so well, I want to just reinforce how important I think our positions are, that Jane's position and Celeste Burns' position in open space for Durham County. And I know that DOST has come forward. I don't know how if they've come forward to staff or to whom exactly, but they're making a recommendation for another open space position. And at some point, it might be appropriate for us to figure out if any of these agenda items are appropriate for a discussion about that, or probably not today, but sometime soon, how we can make a decision about whether that's something that we need, hear more about it from staff, and that sort of thing. There's several easements on our agenda today, and there's another one coming a little bit later. I might want to comment when we get there, but it just made me think about the request that I believe is that DOST is bringing forward. I wanted to highlight it right now.
Okay. All right, let's move on. Thanks again, Jane.
Fantastic. And we just talked about 114, the Needham Conservation. So we'll move on to the next one, which is 119, which is a budget ordinance amendment to recognize funds for the Public Health Department, totaling $25,000 from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services Division to support comprehensive suicide prevention programming.
So if I have a question about that one.
And let's see.
Who's on the line? Christy?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Patterson, with that one, with the number of suicides that we are experiencing across the state and across the country, when you talk local gun safety teams, could you say a little bit more about that? And also the counseling, counseling on access to legal means training. Share a little bit more about that for us, please.
Sure. Yes, ma'am. So in the past, the gun safety training or this topic, like 10 or maybe 10 years or more, this training was actually held in the schools. And so it was actually given awareness and education activities around suicide, just focusing on the school age children. So it wasn't really geared to the adults, but now the state has provided funding where you can just actually go and apply for these grant funds. And this will give us the opportunity to develop and implement strategies within the community to try to decrease or eliminate the gun violence here in Durham County. And so whenever we talk about the CALM training, that's a training in which we will bring it into the health department. We will start it in the health department, but go out into the community and be able to train the gatekeepers within the community, because we know that the gatekeepers are the ones who really know the community. So if we can get them trained, then they can go out into the community and train other individuals and try to help eliminate or decrease the gun violence within Durham County.
So when you talk the gatekeepers, are you talking about different organizations?
Well, community citizens. So we can use our CBOs, but we want to actually have boots on the ground, because if you use, and it's been proven that if you use people or individuals within their own community, we tend to listen to the folks that we know. So that's why we want to be able to engage the community people who are living in those communities, to be able to and what we're trying to do is empower them to take back their community. And so in taking back their community, they're able to listen. Your younger folks will maybe listen to some of the older folks or some of the individuals that's around their age group. And so we're focusing, going to the community organizations, community-based organizations, to help us to implement this. Because some, as you know, that some of the community health organizations, they're actually the boots on the ground. So we're going to partner with them as well. So it's not just going to be Durham County Public Health, but we're going to partner with our community organizations to go out into the community and educate these folks, if that makes sense.
It does. It does. The only other question I have is, with is this the only resource that you have to get this word out?
Yes, ma'am. So far, this is all that we have, but we will use our violent interrupters, and if we can find more resources, then of course we will apply for more resources. But this was one that we saw and we thought that it would help with all of the other interventions that we have. So if we can find more resources, of course, we're going to apply for those as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Christian, are you with the gun safety team? Is that I didn't know, or do we have are you our suicide prevention person? I just wasn't sure.
Well, we do both. The gun safety
Okay.
team. And so we're going to use this money to actually fund the gun safety or to enhance the gun safety team as well. Because our goal is to actually take this initiative around, once we can prove that it's working here in Durham, we can actually extend it to other parts of the North Carolina.
Okay. I had asked Rod Jenkins yesterday if our board could also get some follow-up information related to what is the current situation with suicide in Durham County based on age, gender, race and ethnicity, and trends over the last 10 years, and also by kind of what are the means that people are using. I think that would, and I think I would really like to, if we could get some kind of presentation from you all before the end of the fiscal year, because one of my concerns has been, and since I know it sounds like you're focusing on access to weapons and gun safety, we have learned in many different settings that we have a big problem with people leaving guns in their cars unlocked, and up to like 800 weapons a year getting stolen just from people's cars. And other places that gun owners are not safely locking up their weapons. And I know that's part of the work that the gun safety team does, but I've heard a lot about this over the past few years, but it doesn't seem like we've had a real coordinated campaign between public health and the Office of the Sheriff and the police department. And, this just seems like something where we could really make a difference in keeping some guns out of the hands of young people. So I would really appreciate it if it, like I said, before the end of the year, we could get an update on how the COM program is working and just all the things that you're doing. And, suicide has been, I think, on a lot of our minds lately. We've seen people who we don't expect, who seem to be, have everything, that are using suicide. And it's very concerning, I think, along with the mental health issues related to COVID. So, again, it would be great if we could get some more information from you and your staff. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And coming to Durham, I've been here since October, and some of the things that I've talked with health education about is in my previous job, we had the same issue. Even though it was a smaller county, suicide is suicide and it's everywhere, and gun violence. And so some of the things that we began to incorporate was with our child fatality team, and we incorporated gun safety and began to go into the school systems and then have different listening sessions around town just to get this information out into the city. And also we used our gatekeepers, because we went into the different housing developments and just asked if we could have like a movie night, just something fun and family oriented, but we were also providing them education. So you have to try to sneak it in there as if it's just, well, it's just for the family, but also educating the family as well and the children to let them know that, yeah, you may have weapons to protect yourself. However, when in the hands of the wrong individuals, it can turn out fatally. So we also provided the locks. And I know here, the gun locks, and I know here in Durham, we do have those. So we're going to expand this program a little bit more. And that's why we're having more individuals to come to the table, because we can't think of everything, but when we begin to bring our community partners, we can make this work. And so, that's my task here, is to help health education, just push this along, because it is very important to me as well. Yes, ma'am.
And commissioners and Ms. Patterson, I'm sure you are aware of it. There's a report from the North Carolina Public Health on suicide in North Carolina, deaths and hospitalization, and the youth survey report results. It talks about the number of young people in school. It just gives us all the ages and information. It's a lengthy report, but it's really good information to really share with us what's really happening around suicide.
And I also provided that information to Mr. Jenkins, so he should be sending that out hopefully this morning, but I can forward it as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you so much.
You're
Any
welcome.
other questions? Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we'll move on. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to 2022-0135. This is a budget ordinance amendment to recognize $55,966 from the Adult Protective Services Essential Services Fund. The next one is 22-137, a sole source exemption for the purchase of wires at the Triangle Wastewater Treatment Plant. We next have 22-140. This is to authorize the manager to execute the master declaration agreement between Durham County and Zom Living for the 500 East Main Street market rate housing development.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not an attorney, and I tried to read through the MDA and make sure, at least try to understand it. So I do have a few follow-up questions. Are we, I understand that we're doing a ground lease, a 90-year ground lease on the portion that is the affordable housing part of this project. One of my questions is, are we selling the land where the market rate and mixed use development is, or is that a ground lease? I wasn't quite sure, even after reading that through the document.
Good morning, commissioners. Thanks for the question, Vice Chair Jacobs. Yes, we are selling the property associated with the market rate development along Main Street. And similar to what we're doing on the 300 block, the affordable housing development is a ground lease. So yes, it's sort of different, associated with the different types of development.
Okay, and is the purchase price in the MDA, or is that, did I miss that?
It is, Commissioner, the purchase price was actually agreed through the previous development, through the previous, master development agreement. And so that purchase price was defined in the actual solicitation. I think it was just over 2.5, around 2.5 million. And so I will I'll send you an email with the exact number, but that's around the number. So.
Okay, and then in terms of the public areas, the plaza that will be along East Main and Elizabeth Street, and then the linear park that goes through the development from Dillard to Elizabeth Street, who is responsible for maintenance of those public areas?
Those public areas are going to be maintained by ZOM Living Commissioner. Again, remember the linear park is going to be apportioned to ZOM's property. However, the county will have an easement to allow the public access to that space, but the maintenance is the responsibility of ZOM Living.
Okay. And then the parking spaces. So I know, so 200 will be for the affordable housing units. And then 422 for the market rate. And then 150 spaces will be available from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. for the affordable housing units. Are those the ones that are also for commercial use? Those 150, are they doing double duty on that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
The whole deck is doing double duty. Remember, we use that shared parking scenario to basically minimize the number of parking spaces that we have in the deck. But, you know, the concept behind it is, of course, during the day, during normal business hours, Monday through Friday, the parking will be not assigned, but it will be available for citizens visiting the human services facility as well as staff. And then after hours, you know, those same parking spaces are allowed for use by the housing developments and the commercial spaces. So this shared concept sort of helped us achieve that goal.
Okay. So I just want to acknowledge this also as a big milestone as we move forward, and also just to thank you and everyone who's working on this, because again, we see the county, you know, getting involved in things that we haven't done before. And so this is our first foray into to doing this type of a mixed use development. And I want to acknowledge that the commercial property that is part of this project includes a grocery. That is something that our board really said was a priority, to have a grocery store in this part of town. And that we are part of this agreement. The MDA says that it will be below market rate rent, so that we are subsidizing a grocery store being in this part of the community as a public benefit to the community, similar to the child care center in the other building. And I just want to applaud our staff and recognize that as well, that's another important part of this project. So thank you so much, Perry.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you.
You know, Perry, this project has been ongoing for so long with us, and we, you know, it was started out with something we didn't think it was possible to do, and you and your team have been making the sausage happen. So, you know, we will continue to thank you, because there'll be other points in it that we will continue to thank you and your team for making it happen. So just keep on making the sausage happen. We love it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Howard. Appreciate it.
Okay. We'll move to the next one, 22-141. Approve the acceptance of a donated conservation easement by Deborah Fowler for a portion of 3111 Cheek Road. Commissioner Carter.
Commissioner Carter, go ahead.
Yes, thanks so much. So I just wanted to, you know, say a few words about this one too, or ask Jane to say a few words about why this one is you know, it's not a farmland easement, but it is open space that we're protecting in a priority open space plan, the East Durham Open Space Plan. I believe this agenda item mentioned that this is the first priority portion that we've been able to protect. So thanks to this landowner, Mrs. Fowler, for the donation. But Jane, would you mind just saying a little more about why this is important and maybe how we're doing with the East Durham Open Space Plan in general?
Sure. So the Panther Creek Open Space Corridor, you all have not heard that much about it, but you may recall those members who were on the board back in late 2019, right before the pandemic struck, we brought a pretty comprehensive open space progress report to the board where we went through each of the planning areas and tried to share what the priorities were in each of those different 5 adopted plans. In the East Durham area, the Open Space and Trails Commission really wanted the county and the city to make sure that we protected the Panther Creek corridor. This is both an area along the floodplain and the natural area that has high ecological values. It's got high water quality values. Panther Creek flows right into Falls Lake. But then there is an abandoned railroad corridor that really leads from the city and our more urban areas right out there to Falls Lake, where there are continuing recreational amenities like the Mountains to the Sea Trail that are along Falls Lake. So having a way where our citizens and residents can get from the more urban area out to Falls Lake without having to drive and being able to either walk or ride a bike, the Open Space and Trails Commission felt was very important. And because the rail corridor parallels the open space corridor, as Durham County works on what is our sort of expertise of protecting significant open space areas, we can also protect the rail corridor for future rail trail and kind of partnership with the city of Durham to do an eventual greenway out there. We're a very long way away from there because we need to be acquiring properties. And as you know, the open space program really works with willing landowners. And so as we are making contact with folks, some are interested and some aren't. While this is a small easement, what's really significant about this is an owner that long-term knows she won't be staying there, but she wanted to make sure that any future owner was really developing the most developable parts of the property and leaving natural the sensitive habitat along Panther Creek. So it's important and significant for us because even though it's small, and you can see it on the attachment 2 has a map that shows in the let me see, bottom left corner where this easement is, but you can see the overall corridor. And it really helps to at least establish our first little formal action of support in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane, and congratulations on making this transaction happen for us.
You're welcome.
Next one. The next one is 220142. This is a capital project amendment to appropriate $4.4 million of debt service fund balance and transferring it to a PAYGO project to create a detention center critical infrastructure capital project. And this is one that's been in need due to repairs of an aging facility. The next one is 220146, is to approve a contract in the amount of $126,150 with Woolpert Inc., DBA Data Cloud Solutions for a mobile assessor software using capital project funds. This is for our tax department. Okay. And this concludes our consent agenda items.
Thank you, Interim Manager Hager, for taking us through that. If there are there any other questions from commissioners? If not, commissioners, we're going to go into our discussion items. And we have such a heavy agenda. You will notice the number of minutes that are allocated for each item. And I'd like us to try to stay as close to those minutes as possible, because otherwise we'll be, unless you want to stay here till 5 o'clock, it's a meaty agenda. So I will try and hold us to the minutes that we have allocated for each item. And we start with the first one. So Drew, review commission directives. So Drew, Drew Cummins moved his item up to the first. We are going to review, or if there are any commissioner directives that any commissioner wants to discuss at this time. Wendy.
Thank you. I just was noting that on the items that you had listed as carryover items, that the trap neuter vaccine ordinance was on there. I didn't see the plastic bag ordinance on there, I don't think, or maybe I missed it, but I'm just wondering when we might be getting updates on those.
I didn't recall the plastic bag ordinance having been on there in the first place, but that may have been an oversight. But we can check with Attorney Darby on both of those. And get an update.
Yeah, I think we discussed the plastic bag one at a joint meeting.
It was at the joint meeting, so we'll add that for formal follow-up.
Yeah, I believe that Attorney Brian Wydell was working on that.
Okay, that's correct.
Right, yeah. It's just not on that list. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, anything else on that? If not, we'll move on to 22-0117, and that is a review of the 21 city county resident survey results. This is a presentation on the 21 resident survey results, and Drew Cummins, our Chief of Staff, will carry us through this presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, commissioners and everybody. Drew Cummins, Chief of Staff. I'm just going to do a quick introduction and then hand the presentation and the mic over to Jason Morato, who is Director of Community Research for ETC Institute. They're our contractor for this survey. This fall 2021 survey was the 7th annual joint city county resident survey that we've conducted. This survey is done of a representative sample of Durham County residents and asks a variety of high-level questions regarding perceptions of the county, asks about a number of important city and county services and other issues as well. A press release on the survey report will be going out later today. We've linked the survey report and this, at least the survey report, on our website, and also have given especially since there's a fair bit of school-related information in the survey, we always give the school system kind of a heads up that the report is coming out, and shared a copy of the report with them this morning with Dr. Mubenga. Just briefly, number of county functions scored very highly in general. And I think it's also notable that Durham County services and other results compare, generally speaking, very favorably with other mid-sized and larger communities across the country. And so that's something to sort of anchor on, I think. Of course, there are some functions and some issues at the county that don't score quite as highly. Perhaps not surprisingly, perceptions of public safety and public transit are a little lower than we would like. There is reflection in the results of continued concern with the school system. And additionally, affordable housing, the image of Durham, and increasingly kind of the management of development and growth, popped out a little more in the survey results this year. But overall, it's interesting and set of results. We share them with department heads and encourage them to be developing their own thoughts and follow up on these survey results. And with that, I would like to hand the presentation over to Jason Morato, Director of Community Research with ETC Institute.
Thanks, Drew. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jason Morato with ETC Institute. And we just finished, as Drew mentioned, for the 7th time conducting the resident survey for Durham County. So today I'm going to go through the high-level findings from the survey. The full report is very detailed and comprehensive. So today I'll walk through the key findings from the survey. Just have one slide, a little background about ETC Institute. We're a marketing and research firm that specializes in conducting community surveys for local governments. And we're based in the Kansas City area, but we're a national leader in providing market research for local governments. And we do work not only nationwide, but we do a lot throughout the state of North Carolina. So this is really the type of work that we specialize in. This is just a quick rundown of what I'll go through today. I'll go over the purpose and methodology of the survey. The bottom line up front are our main conclusions from the survey. And then I'll go through the key survey findings to show how we came to those conclusions. And I'll be happy to answer any questions as well. So there are several reasons to conduct a survey like this. One is to get an objective assessment of how satisfied Durham County residents are with major county services. Also to determine what your residents feel are the top priorities for the community. We're also able to measure trends from your previous surveys. Most of the questions are made the same year after year so that we can measure trends over time. Although each time we do tweak the questions a little bit and make a few changes to the survey. And then we're also able to compare your results with other communities across the country. So this survey is 7 pages long. The mailed version is 7 pages. That's a typical length for one of our community surveys. The survey was administered by a combination of mail and online to randomly selected county residents. Our goal was to receive at least 800 completed surveys, and we had a very good response. We ended up with 947 completed surveys. And those results at the 95% level of confidence have a margin of error plus or minus 3.1%. So essentially that means that if we conducted this survey the same way 100 times, 95 times the results would be plus or minus 3.1% from what we're reporting. So the results aren't perfect, but the margin of error is very small. So you'll see throughout the full report, and I included a few of these slides in the presentation as well, where we break the results out by geographic area. And just like previous years, we broke the results into 5 geographic areas. We have unincorporated Durham County. We have PAC areas 2, 3, and 4, which Partners Against Crime. They each have their own area. PAC area 5 is a very small portion of the population. So we combined it with PAC area 1, which is adjacent to it. So we broke the results into these 5 different areas. And this map shows the location of households that completed a survey. Red dots are households that completed a survey. So we had a good distribution throughout the county. And as we were administering the survey, we made sure we had a good representation from key demographic areas. So that includes age, race and ethnicity, gender and income, geographic location. So here are our main conclusions from the survey. We found that overall residents have a positive perception of Durham County. 82% feel Durham is an excellent or a good place to live, and 79% are satisfied with the overall quality of life in their neighborhood. Overall, the satisfaction ratings this year are similar to last year's survey, and that's a good thing because most communities that we've surveyed over the past several months have had a decrease in satisfaction compared to where they were in previous surveys. So the results were pretty positive in 2020, and they're similar this year, which overall that's a good sign. There were a couple of areas that especially stood out when we compared your results to other large communities across the country. You rated 10% above the national average when it comes to the overall quality of county services. And that's one of the most important questions on the survey, because there we're asking residents to take into account all of these services that you're providing and really give an overall satisfaction rating for how well you're doing. Another area that really stood out is customer service from county employees. There you rated 30% above the national average. And this survey focused on, it was a combination with the city, so both city and county services. The top overall community priorities were police protection, public schools, street maintenance, and affordable housing. The top priorities specifically for county services were public schools, sheriff protection, and social services. So first we'll look at some general perceptions that residents have of the county. Here we asked residents to rate their perceptions of the county in a number of different ways. So for this chart, the dark blue are residents who are very satisfied, light blue satisfied. The gray is neutral, and we interpret neutral as meeting expectations. It's a rating of a 3 on the 5-point scale, so it's not a bad rating. And then the pink and the darker pink are those who are dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. So overall, there's more blue than there is pink, which means more positive than negative. If you look at the top of the chart, top row, most residents are satisfied with the quality of life in their neighborhood. And then if you look at this fourth row down, 53% of respondents are satisfied with the overall quality of services provided by Durham County. That's compared to only 9% who are dissatisfied. So you've got more than a 5-to-1 ratio of those who are satisfied versus dissatisfied the overall quality of county services. And that's a very good ratio because typically the average is more around 3 or 4 to 1. Here we asked about some more perceptions of Durham, and you can see here the positive ratings far outweigh the negative in most of these categories, really in all of these categories. The highest rated areas are Durham as a place to live and a place to work. Over 80% of respondents feel Durham's an excellent or a good place to live and to work. This was the very first question on the survey. Here we're asking residents to rate major categories of city and county services. So again, the blue are positive, the pink and the red are negative. Most areas received high ratings. In particular, the highest rated areas were library services, EMS, fire and life safety programming, response time of fire services, water and sewer utilities, response time for EMS services, customer service. The only areas that received significant levels of dissatisfaction, and this is the same thing we've seen in previous surveys, are schools and then areas related to transportation, such as public transportation and then maintaining city streets. So here again, we have a map of the county. And what we did here is we broke the results out into those 5 areas I mentioned earlier, PAC areas and unincorporated Durham County. We created a map like this for every question on the survey asked on a 5-point scale. So there are a lot of maps throughout the full report. This one, it shows how residents feel about Durham as a place to live. And you can see the entire map is blue, meaning that residents throughout the county are satisfied with Durham as a place to live. This map shows how residents feel about the quality of life in their neighborhood. Again, all areas are in blue. In fact, one area, PAC area 3, is in dark blue, which is the highest possible rating. But again, anytime an entire map is blue, it means residents throughout the county are satisfied with that area, which in this case, it's the overall quality of life in their neighborhood. So we compared your results with other communities. For these next few charts, the blue line are Durham residents who are either very satisfied or satisfied. The green bar are satisfaction ratings based on a national survey that ETC Institute conducts every year. We just finished conducting it in January of this year. And the green line represents residents throughout the country who live in communities with a population of at least 250,000 residents, so other larger communities. So the blue line means your ratings are significantly above the national average for large communities. The red arrow means your results are significantly below. This first chart is for major categories of city and county services. And you can see that all 8 areas you rate significantly above the national average. So this includes library services, EMS, fire, water and sewer, response time for EMS. The area that stands out the most here is customer service from county employees. You have a 63% satisfaction rating, and you can see the national average is only 33%. So that's an area that a lot of organizations are really struggling with, and you're almost double the national average for other larger communities. This is a continuation of the question about major categories of city or county services. Communication is another area that really stands out. You have a 52% satisfaction rating, which maybe that doesn't seem high compared to some of the other questions on the survey, but the national average is only 25%. So that's another area that organizations, especially larger organizations, are really struggling with. Enforcing codes is another area where you're significantly above the national average. The only areas that are below are schools and then the public transportation system. Here are comparisons for perceptions of the community. One of the areas that stands out the most here is the overall quality of county services. You have a 53% satisfaction rating, which is more than 10% above the national average. You also rate much higher when it comes to the value residents receive for property taxes, and then management, development, and growth. Your satisfaction ratings might seem low in those two areas at 35 and 40%, but you can see the national average for other large communities is below 30%. The one area that does rate below other communities is the image of Durham, and that's been consistent with previous surveys. And then here's some more perceptions of the community. You can see in 5 out of these 6 areas, your ratings are significantly above the national average. The areas that are the farthest above are the county as a place to work and as a place to live. Most of these questions are the same ones we asked on previous years. One that we added to this year's survey is this top row, how residents feel about Durham as a community that values the diversity of residents. This is the first year we asked that question on the survey. And you had a satisfaction rating of 61.5%, which is more than 18% above the national average at only 43%. So I mentioned that overall, your satisfaction ratings are similar to previous surveys. For these next few charts, the dark blue line are satisfaction ratings for the survey we just completed. The light blue are the ratings from last year's survey, so that shows the 1-year trend. The yellow bar are the average satisfaction ratings from 2016 through 2019. So this first chart's for major categories of services. There have been a decrease of 4% or more in several areas compared to last year. That includes EMS services, fire and life safety programming, response time for fire services, and response time for EMS services. Now, remember when we compared your results to other communities, your ratings are actually very, very good in these areas, but they have had a decrease compared to last year's survey. Areas that have had significant increases compared to last year are parks and recreation and public health services. Another area that stands out is customer service from county employees. 63% were satisfied this year. That's up 1% from last year's survey. And from 2016 to 2019, the average was only 58%. So the ratings keep continuously improving, and they're significantly higher now than they were when we first started conducting the survey. Here's some more comparisons for major counties of services. You can see we've had decreases in sheriff and police protection. One area that's had a significant increase is the Department of Social Services. And then one more chart for major categories of services. We have had decreases in schools and public transit. Those have been the lowest rated areas for a number of years, and they have decreased a little bit compared to last year's survey. The area that had the most improvements compared to last year are residents' interaction with county employees. You can see in all 6 areas, the ratings have improved from last year, and they've really improved when you look at the results from this year compared to the average of 2016 to 2019. The areas that have had the biggest increases in satisfaction compared to last year are how courteous county employees have been when interacting with residents, the appropriateness of county employees' response to residents, how timely employees respond to residents' questions and concerns, then ultimately how well they resolve residents' issues and concerns. So now we'll look at top priorities. We saw earlier that on the first question on the survey, we asked residents to rate major categories of city and county services. As a follow-up question, we asked which 3 of these services should receive the most emphasis over the next 2 years. So you can see there are 3 areas that really stand out on police protection, public schools, and maintaining streets, with sheriff protection being 4th. You might remember this from previous years. This is what we call the important satisfaction rating. And this analysis is based on 2 different types of questions. First, we ask residents how satisfied they are with services. And then as a follow-up question, we ask which services should receive the most emphasis over the next couple of years. So the idea behind this is that those areas that have that combination of lower satisfaction, but at the same time are the most important, should be the highest priorities. This question includes both city and county services. So we highlighted in blue the services that are specifically county services. And you can see overall, the top priorities are police protection, schools, and maintaining streets, city streets. And then here we ask residents which services should be the top 5 priorities for increasing funding. The top 2 priorities are public schools and affordable housing. Those are the 2 that stood out in previous surveys as well. The 3rd highest priority is street maintenance. 4th is law enforcement-led safety initiatives. That was 6th last year, so it's a little bit of a higher priority this time. Last year, 38% selected law enforcement-led safety initiatives as one of their top 5 priorities. This year, nearly half selected as one of their top priorities. And then the 4th and 5th highest priorities are youth programming and job creation. So just a quick recap, we saw that residents have a positive perception of Durham County. In particular, most feel that Durham is an excellent or a good place to live, and most are also satisfied with the overall quality of life in their neighborhood. Overall, the satisfaction ratings are similar to 2020. We walked through some of the areas, though, that have had the biggest changes in satisfaction compared to last year. In particular, customer service is the area that's improved the most overall. And then when we compare your results to other large communities, we saw overall the results are very positive. And in particular, you rate much higher than other large communities when it comes to the overall quality of county services and then customer service. The top priorities for the community are police protection, schools, maintaining streets, and affordable housing. And then the top priorities for county services are schools, sheriff protection, and the Department of Social Services. So that is everything that I had. If anyone has any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much for this presentation. That's a lot of information for the board members, and we appreciate the work that you've done on it. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Burns?
How you doing? Thank you, Mr. Morado, so much. I have a lot of notes, but I am going to respect the time and what the chair said. My quick question, and I might have some follow-up, is did you see, because, well, I'll ask it this way. It's not a poll, so do you all ever take into account any abnormalities like margin of error? If people, we see letters coming in from the same zip code, computer, anybody who might have done online coming from the same IP address. I mean, I'm asking all of those things because there are 2 really big contradictions that I saw. Nothing on your part, but it's just, and that's the first question. And then second, I asked this last year, I'm gonna ask it again this year. Will we get access? And maybe I didn't see it on the thing, or can we request like demographic tabulation breakdowns? So those are my 2 questions. Do you all take into account any type of margin of error? And then can we get some tabulation breakdown? Because I saw the geographic breakdown, but.
Right, sure. So for the first question, we do track the address of households that complete a survey, and we don't provide that information, but that ensures that we don't receive more than one survey completed per household.
Okay.
And there is a margin of error. The margin of error is 3.1% at that 95% level of confidence. So it's a small margin of error, but essentially that means that if we did this survey the same way 100 times, 95 times the results would be plus or minus 3% from what we reported. So it's a small margin of error, but it's the results aren't perfect. There are really two things that ensure the results are statistically valid, which means they do represent the entire county, even though it's just 947 completed surveys. One is that households are selected completely at random to receive the survey. And then two is that the demographics of survey respondents reflect the actual population of the county. And I didn't show those slides in the presentation, but they are in the report.
Gotcha.
We asked, age, race, ethnicity, gender, income levels. You saw we tracked the location of households that completed a survey. So we do track all of those things. The second question, I think I answered the second question.
You did.
Whether I have that information.
You did.
So yeah, it certainly is available.
Yeah, no, and I'm gonna break it down some more. I just remembered that one, and there is a sense of pride there that we're above the national average. But I do think, and I'll talk to my colleagues about this later. There are two answers, and then how people sought to remedy it. I think deserves some conversation. Not today, but if we see this as a problem, and then they think that this is the remedy, I wish there was a question in between. This is a problem. We don't like it. This is what the remedy is. I think that that's like C, and I would have loved to hear what B would have looked like. But again, that's something I'll talk with my colleagues about offline. Thank you so much. You did a great job getting a bunch of really dense information in, and it was very consumable. And I can guarantee you that this board will be using it to the greater good of this county. So thank you.
Chair Howerton, could I add a couple of quick tidbits relevant to Commissioner Burns's questions?
Sure.
Thank you for the questions, Commissioner Burns. One thing that we've done over time, we've actually added the number of surveys that we get from the unincorporated area, because we also wanted, when we just sort of disaggregated results by the unincorporated area, to still have a relatively low margin of error. And so over time, we've been increasing the number of people in the unincorporated area that we survey. Also, I think I mentioned this somewhere, perhaps in an earlier preview in an email to commissioners, but we've been working with IS&T to develop a more interactive tool where, for example, if you're interested on how any of our demographic groups or breakdowns, the way that we can slice and dice responses, responded to any particular question on the survey, you can find that out too. So we could get those answers for you now. We just haven't taken that tool live just yet. We're still working on it a little bit.
Okay, other questions? Commissioner Long?
Thank you, Chair Horton. Thank you so much, Jason. As Commissioner Burns mentioned, this was a very great presentation and very palatable. I had a quick question about figuring out, so slide 15, the quality of life in your neighborhood. Really glad to see that, the entire county is blue. I would love to see the areas that are darker blue in comparison to the areas that are a little bit lighter. If we could do an overlay that says the questions from slide 13, for example, when we get into the specific categories of service, individuals in the areas that are lighter blue, how do they, maybe Northern Durham, Bahama, Rougemont, one of the areas of focus for them is they're not satisfied with the access of public transportation, with the access to other services. And I think that would be helpful for us as commissioners, as we're talking to our community members and constituents across different parts of Durham, to know that it's not a monolith, that everyone is satisfied with everything, everyone is unsatisfied with the same thing, but having that would be really helpful.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we can, these are fairly broad areas. We broke the results into 5 areas, but we can look at it at a more granular level. And we could provide the raw data We usually send that every year. I'm not sure. I don't think we've sent that yet, but usually we provide that. And that gives us and the county the ability to really look at this data at a lot more granular level and overlay different questions, like you said. So we can certainly do that.
And I would say, Commissioner Lam, we can also prepare a relatively straightforward table that shows, at least for the geographies that we use now, the PAC districts and unincorporated, where they may have, each of them may have diverged from the overall results. I kind of interpreted what you were asking in that way.
That would be really great. And also to Commissioner Burns' point, we know with the demographics, like the racial demographics and age demographics, if you could also provide like a table that shows a breakdown of folks' satisfaction based on that.
Yep, we can definitely do that.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the table of contents and all of the comments that were made, and how were they categorized if they were not. I think that's some valuable information here that we need to consider. That's at the bottom of the, not on the presentation you just did, but it's, what part of this? It says
comments from open-ended.
Comments on open-ended questions. Yeah, there's some valuable information I think there we need to capture and analyze in some format.
So Commissioner Chair Howerton, that might be more for staff. We got that appendix late last week, so our own staff have not really had a time to evaluate it. Derek Bowens in elections was particularly interested in the results of the open-ended question about elections. So I sent that over to him, and I know he's looked through that and found some results that he's interested in, but we'll make sure that any of those comments that's relevant to a particular county function, are thoroughly evaluated, and if we have some follow-up with you all that relates to those, we'll certainly let you know.
Thank you. Okay, other questions, Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate that we do this survey every year, and now in partnership with the city and Durham Public Schools. I appreciate that we do it together, because most residents don't really know, what does the city do, what does the county do, and so I think it does provide us really helpful information. So I'm glad, Drew, to hear that this is being shared out with department heads, and I really hope that it does get out to all of our staff, and they have the opportunity to read it. I agree that the open-ended comments were really interesting, and to see, I think, a lot of unanimity when I looked at them. I saw a lot of concern about gun violence, gangs, safety issues. I saw concern about mental health in our community. I saw a lot of support for school funding, school buildings, and funding to support teachers, school staff salaries, just a lot of concern about youth programs and pre-K education.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Excuse me, let's not go through all of those, because we're going to run out of time in 2 minutes.
Okay, I will stop. I was really, it was interesting. And I also want to congratulate staff for their improvement on the services in this time of COVID. I think it's really important to take that into context, that this survey was done during COVID and after we had a malware attack, and to see that the ranking of our employees and the perception in the community was higher. So kudos to every single Durham County employee for that. I think communication, and the area of concern for me was around still communication and people feeling like they have a voice in Durham County government, know about things we're doing. That was still an area of concern for me. And it was interesting to see that one of the highest ranking ways to get information was next door, and very low for our social, even though our staff works so hard, but very low on our Facebook page, Twitter, and In Touch with Durham County. So I do hope we really look at that issue around communication. And I want to also give a shout out to staff, to our DSS staff, who also showed a big improvement, and hope that this information can help us all, our board, in terms of when we look at our budget, and also use of ARPA funding, because the top 3 funding areas were streets, which we don't do, and then affordable housing and public schools. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Carter, you got something you want to say real quick?
I can say it really quick because my colleagues did a great job of summarizing and asking excellent questions that I really appreciate. Thank you, Mr. Morato. Thank you, Drew. And thank you to our county staff who continue to make our home the county where we all want to belong. North Carolina's #1 county. County staff, you're the bomb.
Are you going to break out into song, Heidi?
All right.
If I had my ukulele here, I'd play it.
Thank you.
Downstairs.
Thank you. Thank you both, Drew and Mr. Mulatto, for this presentation. As you can tell, commissioners have a lot to say about it, and we will bring this back, ask Drew to bring this back to us at a later date so that we can have more time to discuss it. But thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, our next item is 220136 Durham County Transit Plan Update. And ours, this is an update on the development of Durham County Transit Plan for Durham County and Durham Chapel Hill Carrboro Metropolitan Planning Organization. And our staff persons on this is Ellen Beckman, Durham County Transportation Manager, Jay Gibson, Manager of Environmental Stewardship and Prosperity. And Ellen, you can introduce the rest of your team.
Okay, thank you. And Monica, could you take that presentation down? There's actually 2 presentations with this. The first one is with Go Triangle. It's the one that's labeled Go Triangle. You have that, it's PDF. But anyways, good morning, commissioners. Ellen Beckman, Durham County Transportation Manager. There's 2 transit presentations on today's agenda. First is an update on the Durham County Transit Plan, and then second is the Greater Triangle Commuter Rail Project. Both are very closely related, so we're glad to have these packaged together. On the transit plan update, Aaron Kane is also here from the DCHC MPO. He's my co-project manager for development of the plan. And then we have Sandra Freeman with Go Triangle, Chief Financial Officer. And I saw Stephen Schlossberg here too, who also has been really critical in this transit plan and financial analysis update. In addition, there's a few other folks who've been involved in this stage as well. Doug Carter, Jeremy Carter have been involved as the county's financial advisors, and I believe they're on the call. And Susan Tezai, Jay Gibson, Claudia, Keith, all have participated in a lot of meetings on this over the last few months. So I would just want to acknowledge everyone's team effort on this big project. So last month in February, there was an update on the 2021 annual report on the agenda. There were a lot of really good questions. I emailed information out in response to that last week, and some of it is also on this agenda. Since there was such high degree of interest, I did ask if Sandra could present a few slides on the financial status of the transit plan first before we go into the transit plan update. So first is Sandra, and Monica, I have it up. I could pull it up if that's helpful.
Absolutely. Give me 1 second and I
Sure.
will make you a co-host.
Okay.
Morning, visitors. Hey, Mr. Latuka. Hey, Mrs. Freeman.
Good morning.
Yeah, Chuck Latuka is also here,
Yeah.
CEO of Go
Okay.
Triangle.
Ellen, you should be good to go. Let me know if you cannot share your screen. There we go.
All right. Does that work?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, commissioners. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
I'm Sandra Freeman. I'm the Chief Finance Officer for Go Triangle. I'm going to go through a few slides, and of course, feel free to stop me if you have any questions. Ellen, can we go to the next slide? Just very quickly, Go Triangle's role in supporting the Durham Transit Plan, we serve the role of tax district administrator. That's one of the functions that we serve. And our role in that process is to have the funds in the areas that are listed here, which I'll go through very briefly. They come directly to Go Triangle. Go Triangle is responsible for investing some of those funds to ensure you get a good return on your dollars, and also to ensure that the dollars are used only in support of what is approved in the transit plans that come through each year. So there is a process by which the staff working group gets together, looks at what they'd like to implement in Durham. Those are the activities that go to our board for approval, and those are the only dollars that get expended. Those dollars include a 0.5-cent sales tax, which collections began in 2013. There is a portion of a 5% vehicle rental tax that is distributed based on population between Durham, Orange, and Wake counties. A $7 vehicle registration tax, a $3 registration tax in both Durham and Orange and Wake. So again, the dollars are distributed and expended based on what is approved in the Durham Transit Plan. Next slide, please. As you can see, the 0.5-cent sales tax has shown growth each year in Durham. We're pleased to say that even with COVID, if you look at what happened between 19, 20, and 21, there was growth. In 22, because of the uncertainty of what might happen at the time we put the budget together, we budgeted a decrease in the 0.5-cent sales tax. But based on where we are now through half of the year, we anticipate that we will be above the budget and certainly at least at the same dollar amount that we collected in 21. Next slide, please. The vehicle registration tax is typically relatively flat between in all of the counties, actually. And again, because of our uncertainty related to COVID, we budgeted at a lower level for the registration taxes than we saw in 21. However, we do anticipate, again, we were very conservative. We do anticipate that we will meet or exceed the FY21 dollars for the registration taxes. Next slide, please. Rental tax. As you would expect with the COVID environment, there was certainly less opportunities for vehicle rental. So we did see a dip in that between 20 and 21. We're seeing an uptick based on what we're seeing looking at the first half of the year. So we hope to at least come back to the 21 levels for vehicle rental tax by the time we get to the end of the year. Next slide. So in total, you can see that Durham is doing quite well in terms of dollars that are here to support the overall transit plan in Durham. Again, as I indicated, between 21 and the 22 budget, because of COVID, we were very conservative in budgeting a decrease. However, we anticipate that overall we will meet or exceed the dollars that were collected in FY21. Next slide. This slide, I'd like to just take a few minutes to talk about. This is how dollars in the Durham Transit Plan were expended in FY21. Again, it's important to note that there is a process by which the staff working group gets together and determines what projects they would like to be included in the transit plan. Those are the only dollars that can be expended. As you can see, dollars were spent on vehicle acquisition, commuter rail, tax district administration, which is a function that my group supports from a finance perspective, transit plan administration, which are dollars provided to the transit agencies for various types of activities, bus operations, and capital planning, and bus infrastructure, which includes bus stop improvements. Just looking further down, you can see that in terms of the operating expenses that came out of the transit plan in FY21, Go Durham received 57% of the operating expenses, Go Triangle about 39%, Durham County, including access, 4%, and the DCHC MPO 1%. Bus operation expenses, Go Durham 73%, Go Triangle 25%, Durham County access 2%. Transit plan funded capital expenses, 60% Go Triangle, 40% City of Durham, Go Durham. One thing to note about the 60% for Go Triangle performs a lot of transit plan funded capital expenditures on behalf of the city. So that is the reason that the number is as high as it is in terms of percentages, because we do take on a lot of capital related activities for the city of Durham, or Go Durham. This chart gives you an idea of our cash balances at the end of FY21. Durham's cash balance was at $69 million. This is a combination of cash as well as longer term investments. Again, we look at the capital programs and we try to make sure that we have a nice balance in the portfolio between what is invested for longer term use as opposed to that is what is needed for short term. This number will obviously change. The process is that we receive invoices in from Go Durham and the counties. We reimburse if they are in line with the transit plan. And so this number will go up and down based on the amount of dollars that are received and the expenses that come out. Next slide. Next slide, Ellen.
That's your last slide.
Oh, sorry. There is some additional information, I believe, in the total packet that identifies all of the projects that are included in the transit plan, broken out by dollar amount. There's a lot of great information that I'm assuming Ellen has in the total packet that will give you some additional detail on how the dollars are spent. Any questions for me? Okay, thank you.
I have a question. I don't know if you want us to wait till the end though, Ellen.
I think if it's a question of clarification for Sandra, it would be good to do it now, but otherwise there will be time for questions at the end.
Well, okay, if the pie chart slide. And hey, Sandra, nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well, Commissioner Jacobs.
I think for me, it would be really helpful. I know it shows the percentages here,
yes,
but I would really like to know in total, how much funding for, operating expenses, bus ops, and capital, how much is going to Go Triangle and how much is going to the city of Durham? I still find it very confusing to know that, if there's a way to show us the dollar amounts out of the 15.9 million.
Yes, we do have that slide. We did include it in this packet, but we do have a slide that provides that, and I will make sure it gets to Ellen.
Okay. And then the slide that you showed us about the rental tax.
Yes.
If we could look at that.
Yes.
Because it looks like we've been going downhill since FY19. And wondering, has the special tax district had any discussion about other new revenue sources or, any changes to our revenue sources?
So yes, first off, obviously, the impact that we've seen is, we believe, is COVID, directly related to COVID, which is why we've seen the drop off in the rental tax, people not renting vehicles. And to answer your second question, yes, we're always looking at opportunities for additional revenue sources. That is a constant discussion at Go Triangle, and we have had some thoughts on what we might be able to do to enhance some of the revenue sources that are a little stagnant right now.
Well, I hope at some point you'll let us all know, because obviously that'll be a team effort.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, just as a follow-up question on that, Sandra, is that number demographically, is that a number for, is just in totality, or is that different regions that is showing up that way, or is you just showing it by region?
Excellent question. So the way the rental tax all of the rental tax dollars come into Go Triangle. Go Triangle retains 50% of the total. The other 50% is distributed to Durham, Orange, and Wake based on a percentage of population. So that is not the total amount that is coming in. That is the amount that is allocated to Durham of the total 50%. We typically bring in maybe 12 million or so per year. Sometimes higher, sometimes lower, but those dollars, again, 50% will go to Go Triangle. The other 50% would be distributed based on population between the 3 counties.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
Yes. Yeah, it does. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, commissioners? And I can't see you if you're raising your hand. If not, Ellen, you want to move on to the next item?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for those great questions. So now this is complementing Sandra's presentation, talking about specifically where we are in developing our recommended Durham Transit Plan and the financial analysis that we've been going through over the last few months in support of that plan. So where we are is in number 2 on this slide. We are using our outreach results from phase 2 engagement, as well as financial and technical analysis in developing our financially constrained recommended plan. We went through 2 rounds of engagement on the plan over the last, it's almost been 2 years now. And the last presentation that you received in October was focused on those phase 2 engagement results. This presentation is really focused on the financial analysis. We plan to release our recommended plan in May and have engagement over the summer, and then adopt it in August or September. So the 4 primary financial issues that we have been working on are listed here. So first is the financial modeling and understanding some of the key assumptions that are in that financial model, and understanding how the model may be sensitive to any changes to that. So this really is about making sure that we can deliver the projects that we put in our adopted plan, and part of our commitment to increasing community trust really on this transit plan. Secondly, we are going to be talking about the bus operating costs in the financial model. So like many areas of the country, we're experiencing a bus driver shortage. Both Go Durham and Go Triangle have had to decrease service because of a lack of operators this year. So both systems are looking at ways that they can incentivize more drivers, and part of that is paying them more. So that is going to affect our operating cost, our per hour operating cost. In addition, fuel, of course, right now is going up quite a bit, and supply costs have also increased. So we've found that we needed to look more closely at those assumptions related to what the model has for the growth in bus operating costs. And then thirdly, we are looking at the administrative costs associated with the plan. This is for staff and other consulting costs or other support type costs. Adequate local staff is certainly essential for us all to be successful. And with more services and projects, there is going to be a need for more staff. And then lastly, we wanted to look closely at the commuter rail project and the cost share that we are assuming in our financial model and plan. The Commuter Rail project is the most expensive project under consideration, and there needs to be a cost share agreement between Wake and Durham counties. So we looked at what the implications to a change in that would be for our overall transit plan and all of the services and projects that we want to achieve. So for a little bit of background and context on our financial policies and modeling, right now we have an interlocal implementation agreement that was approved in 2013. It's pretty short and it doesn't go into a lot of detail on financial management. And there is no adopted policy for financial management. As Go Triangle said, they are the tax district administrator. And so they run the model, develop the model, monitor all of our costs and revenues, and provide updates to the boards. So I want to specifically thank Sandra and Stephen for all of their work on this. They've been very accessible, and we've had a lot of meetings, and I think they've been really productive. The Board of Commissioners really, they're right now in our current interlocal agreement. The Board of Commissioners' role is approval of the transit plan, which should occur roughly every 4 years and includes within it a financial plan. The annual work program or budget is developed, of course, on an annual basis, and the staff working group recommends that, and it is only approved by the Go Triangle Board. The annual budget, of course, also includes like more short range budgeting and financial projections. The Durham Transit Plan is looking long-term. It's looking 20 years out, but there's obviously a relationship between the two. We do have a transit plan governance study underway. This is happening as a cooperative effort in Durham and Orange counties. We both see a need for a new interlocal agreement that reflects the priorities of the new transit plans in both counties and is an opportunity to redefine the roles that each agency has in the implementation of the plans. So this is all related to, again, increasing community trust and making sure that we have appropriate oversight processes related to this fantastic resource that we both have in each county to improve public transportation. So there will be a new interlocal agreement recommended with the final transit plan, and the governance study also includes the development of new policies that will be recommended and adopted. So this recommendation here is from me as county staff, right? That there is a need and it would strengthen our plan to have a stronger role for the county in financial management of the plan, and that we also want to develop and adopt a financial policy that is consistent with our new plan. This is a cooperative process, of course, and there 3 boards all need to approve this new interlocal agreement. We do hope to bring you an update next month on where we're at with this governance study. I know many of you participated in interviews in the fall. We had a elected official workshop in November, and we had a staff workshop just last week. So this is all happening in the background, and we hope to bring you an update soon. So the first item, as mentioned, are those key assumptions of the financial model. Those are listed here. The metrics that we looked at are listed here. And again, we had a lot of meetings and a lot of participation from a variety of folks, the Go Triangle staff, Doug Carter and his team, Susan Tizai, Claudia, Jay, Keith, all participated in these meetings where we went through the financial model in detail. The first item is the sales tax revenue growth. Of course, the sales tax is the biggest revenue source, as you saw on Sandra's presentation. We are recommending to stick with the Moody's baseline forecast, which averages about a 4.5% annual growth rate. This forecast was developed during the light rail project and hasn't been updated, but we feel that, given the recent trends, it's probably the best forecast that we have to use. So we're recommending to stick with it. In contrast, the Wake County does not have this, and they just use a flat 4% annual growth. Secondly, the debt service coverage ratio, we are sticking with a 1.25. That is the same as we currently use, and it matches Wake County, and it's the lowest coverage to receive an A or higher rating, which is important so that we get low cost on any debt. And then the third area are reserves. First of all is the operating reserve. We're recommending no change. We're staying with 3 months of operating. Then we have the capital reserve. We are recommending a change to this. We're increasing this from 2.5% to 5% of the 10-year CIP. This is the same as what Wake County uses, and we're recommending that we be consistent with Wake County. If we are going in together on the Commuter Rail project, consistency is a good thing. And then lastly, we have this revenue reserve or minimum fund balance or excess liquidity. I've learned there's a lot of different names for the same thing. But this is a new recommendation, and we are recommending that we start this, and it's a $10 million minimum fund balance. And the point is to mitigate for the potential for any recessions and lower sales tax revenue growth that might occur. The Moody's baseline forecast assumes constant growth. It doesn't assume that there will be a recession someday, but there probably will be. And so this is a way to help mitigate for that concern. We did look at other ways to address this, either through a lower sales tax revenue growth or by modeling a recession every 10 years or so, but both of those were more impactful than this. So we think this is a reasonable way to mitigate for that concern.
Ellen, do you mind? I'm sorry, this is Sandra. Do you mind if I add one thing here?
Sure.
I think it's important to note that at this point, all of the debt that will be incurred for any of the projects that are in the plan currently would be the responsibility of Go Triangle. So Go Triangle, as it stands right now, would be issuing the debt associated with any of the projects, such as the Commuter Rail project. That is how it's set up right now.
Yeah, thanks, Sandra.
So, question, Sandra, when you say that Go Triangle would be responsible, now where does Go Triangle get the money to be responsible for that? Does that come out of
the
coffers of Durham County, and where does the money? Go Triangle's got to get the money into that coffer somehow. So where is that coming from?
The transit plan dollars. So all of these projects are funded through the transit plan. So Go Triangle would be using the dollars in the transit plan. So we have to issue the debt. We're the debt issuer, but the repayment mechanism is the dollars in the transit plan. Go Triangle.
And that would come from the counties, participating counties. Am I correct?
Yes. So the dollars that I showed earlier, the $3, the $7, the half-cent sales tax, those are the dollars that would be used to pay for all of the projects and the associated debt.
Okay.
Okay, so just back to the slide, those recommendations collectively result in about $26 million less available for the plan than what we had modeled in our options that went out for public comment. So it's a relatively, modest change to our roughly $1 billion available over the 20 years. The other important side of this are the costs. The capital projects, we are sticking with a 4% annual growth. We are incorporating the best available cost estimates though, but we're sticking with a projected 4% annual growth. On the operating projects, this has had the biggest change. And I will add that I checked my math so that one of these numbers changed from an earlier version of this. Both Go Durham and Go Triangle have requested additional operating costs this year and into the future to reflect that those the bus driver shortage and the increase in fuel costs and supply costs that I mentioned earlier. So from the budgeted FY22 number to the requested FY23 number, we have a 7.4% increase for Go Triangle and a 20.5% increase for Go Durham. So we are committed. You know, the transit plan is already funding a lot of bus service improvements, and we're committed to the ongoing costs for those services. So this increase results in about a $23 million increase for those already committed, kind of decided upon bus operating projects. And then when we look at what we want to put in our plan, there's also at least a $50 million increase for future projects. So this was a bigger impact to our overall financial model than the previous items on the previous slide. This is what that looks like for Go Triangle and Go Durham. We've been modeling a average 2.5% growth rate generally for operating costs. That's that pink line. The blue line is what we believe the actual costs have been for the last few years. And then the green line is what the request is. So you can see how big of a change that is this year. I will say that this is an area where we don't have really good documentation of our policies and practices, and it's been a real challenge to get this information. The intention, of course, with these bus operating costs are that this only includes the cost to directly provide the services. It should not include any overhead or fixed cost. We also want to make sure that the transit plan is not supplanting any existing funding sources or efforts. I proposed a policy for the staff working group to consider that would provide more clarification on this and make sure that we're all operating with the same assumptions and that we're trying to be fair to both operators. That we're both Go Durham and Go Triangle do have increased costs, and we want to make sure that we're consistent about how we pay for those costs without supplanting any existing effort. That's kind of key here because, in our engagement results, residents said that they wanted more services. That is a priority to provide better and more bus services to residents. All right, so the third area for today's presentation is on administrative costs. This shows what's in our currently adopted FY22 work program. Go Triangle, the DCH, the MPO, and Durham County all receive administrative costs. And again, this includes both staff and support services, kind of consulting costs are included in these numbers. And we have, tax district administration, which Go Triangle does, general transit plan administration, which should be in support of the plan as a whole. And the three primary partners here receive funding for that: Go Triangle, the MPO, and Durham County. And then we have project implementation staff, which Go Triangle receives funding for that. Right now, we do have some requests on the table for next year. The city of Durham has requested 3 new positions for project implementation. They've been given a lot of funding in recent years to do projects. They have the Better Bus Project going on, which you may have heard of, which has to do with projects like the Village Transit Center and the Transit Emphasis Corridors, projects like that. And then we have Go Triangle's requested additional staff for tax district administration. I think there is a potential for additional costs for Durham County, depending on the outcome of the governance study. But we're kind of waiting to have that play out before making a formal request at this time. So what we've done for the modeling is that we assumed that the existing administrative costs would be continued and that there would be up to 4.5 additional positions. But we're not deciding at this point where those positions should be. And this is by no means like a guarantee. It's just what we needed to put into our model so that we knew that we would have the capacity for this, should we want to make that decision in the future. The decision on staffing really is made through the annual work program process. You know, as I mentioned earlier, the staff working group develops that annual work program and the Go Triangle board approves it. The commissioners get to review it and provide comment. So you'll see this later this spring, and there are some staff working group meetings coming up this week, really to start to talk about this. So it'd be helpful to know if there's any criteria or thoughts you have on how we make staffing decisions. Okay, lastly is the commuter rail cost share. So what we've done for our transit plan development is that we are using the previously assumed $1.95 billion capital cost and about a $41 million annual operating cost starting in mid-2030. These numbers have not changed. However, you know, what you'll hear in Go Triangle's presentation next is that there may be some change to it. And that is one of the purposes of their study, is to develop a better cost estimate for the project. So we'll incorporate that as it's available. But for now, this is the number that we've been using. The project for capital is assumed to be 50% federally funded and then 50% non-federal. Of that non-federal, the current Durham Transit Plan says that we will pay 20% of that cost, and the current Wake Transit Plan says that they will pay 67% of that cost. So that doesn't add up to 100%. That leaves 13% undetermined. You know, on this pie chart, since it's showing the total with the federal funding, that shows up as 7%. But you know, it's 13% of the non-federal share. So with Go Triangle and Doug's team, we looked at what it would mean if that cost share changed. And we modeled what it would look like if the cost share for Durham increased from 20 to 33%. So that would increase our costs in the transit plan from about $388 million to $649 million. And we would have to cut about half of the new services and projects in the transit plan. So that's you know, pretty impactful. And I'd like to remind everyone that when we did our phase 2 engagement and we presented those results, what folks said was that that new bus services was the highest priority, particularly among our transit riders and people of color. There was support for commuter rail overall, but it wasn't the highest priority. You know, most residents still wanted us to be able to afford to do new services. So with that in mind, we are recommending that we remain consistent with the 20% cost share for our modeling for the transit plan. This is, like I said, this is consistent with our current adopted plan, and it is consistent with how we have communicated this to the public throughout our planning process and during the options, the public engagement on the options that was done last summer. And then lastly, we had a few meetings with Go Triangle and Wake County on various options for ways that the cost could be split that would result in an overall 67-33 split, but changed the way that it occurred. It changed the way that capital versus operating was split and how federal funding was credited back. There was kind of like a upfront, Wake may pay more of the cost upfront, Durham pay more later. And while we appreciate the effort and the creativity, we're not recommending that we go with any of those. They would all entail committing more money, more of Durham's money far into the future and leave us less flexible to address emerging needs as our area grows. So we're just remaining consistent with the kind of simple cost share. All right, so those were the 4 financial topics. Where we're at again is that we're working on our recommended plan. We hope to bring that forward in May, do public engagement over the summer, and bring it forward for approval in the fall. Because there is a lot of relationship with the commuter rail project, we're hoping that we can coordinate our engagement process with commuter rail in the spring and summer. However, because that's a little bit delayed beyond what we thought we were going to do, There is a need to approve the FY23 work program this spring, and it will probably entail a transit plan amendment. So we're going to be kind of amending the transit plan and doing outreach on our recommended plan, and a bit of an overlap. Really the work program hopefully will go first, and then we'll do more of the engagement on the transit plan over the summer. But this is all related to the express priority from our residents that they wanted to get some improvements more quickly, and that there was an interest in bus service improvements for our transit riders. So we're looking at ways that we can do that. Of course, the capacity and the bus driver shortage is a factor here. So we are a bit limited until that problem is solved on how quickly we can implement new bus service improvements. But it will likely entail this amendment to the transit plan. And this is generally what it looks like. There will be an update on the work program for the Board of Commissioners in April or May, and then releasing our recommended Durham transit plan in May. And then we have this commuter rail study update on this agenda, engagement on that. I think the commuter rail presentation will provide more clarity as to what their next steps are. I left a lot of that blank because they have some factors that are driving their schedule. But I hope that's helpful to see this all together. There's a lot going on. A lot of it's overlapping with each other. With that, I will stop sharing.
Thank you, Ellen. That's quite comprehensive. There's a lot of information there. There are a couple of things that I just want to mention, and we don't have time for you to get into the answers of these right now, but the things that I do want to lift up is Braggtown. I'd like for the board for us to understand what's happening there and why there's so much conversation around our citizens that's not happening. Our bus stops and why they look so interesting, that they could look better given what I've seen in other areas. I would like for us to understand the governor's plan and the policies and procedures in which we are governing ourselves around this, because I don't think we have those in place. Nothing that I know of, and maybe they are there, and you can help to point those out to the board. Those are the few things that I would like to get more information on at another time, because I know we need to roll right into your next presentation. If there's something that the board has that they want to request more information on, you do that, and then we'll move to the next presentation for Ellen. Is there anything else right now? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Ellen, and thank you for your great work. It is just fantastic, us having a transportation planner helping us with all this at this point in time. You had asked for some input reaction about the projected administrative costs. That is an area that I really do have a lot of concern about. I would really like to understand, even currently, the more than $2 million that we're paying for Go Triangle for administrative costs. I would like to have a breakdown about that, because it is projected that our administrative costs will, just for plan administration over the 10 years, will balloon to 11 million, or will cost $11 million. So I would really like to understand that. And then I don't understand why, for instance, currently we're spending about $400,000 a year for legal and real estate support staff. And I would really like to understand that, because right now our property that is Durham County property is just sitting there. And I don't understand that cost. And then the other area of concern I have is what is happening around our funding for the city of Durham's transportation needs. We need transparency around this issue. I know that you gave us information from the city's budget about the transit funding, and under intergovernmental, it says 21 million more, over 21 million for intergovernmental. And from my calculations, and I'm frustrated that I had to do the math myself instead of getting a direct answer, that we're funding about $10 million for the city for Go Durham. And then we fund about 9 million this year for Go Triangle for regional. But it frustrates me because we're not getting even credit for the fact that we are actually funding city transportation services. And, you know, that is part of the city's wheelhouse, is to fund transportation. I mean, we're getting into affordable housing. We're doing that, we've taken on that. The Snow Hill Pump Station is enormous that we're taking on, which again is the city's responsibility to actually have upgraded that facility. It's going to cost $30 million. And I'm concerned that we're being asked to fund more and more of the city's they have a transportation department. We don't. And the fact that they're now asking us to fund 3 positions in their transportation department out of the county transit dollars really concerns me. And I think we need to have some type of, I know you're looking at ILA, and like Commissioner Howerton mentioned, governance, but we really need to have an understanding here. And you mentioned this concept of we don't want to be doing a bait and switch where we're funding, you know, existing transportation needs as well. So again, I just want to keep, this is a big picture issue here, is that, you know, the city's responsibility is to pay for transportation, and they can use property tax revenue for that. And I just want to be mindful of that balance between all the different regional and local transportation needs, and that this is a fair, transparent situation. So I will stop there because that, I think, is my biggest concern. Thank you.
Other questions, concerns? Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I agree with Wendy and her concerns. And I liked, Ellen, your suggestion of having a non-supplant policy that might help us make this more transparent. I also tried to pour through the city's budget page and all of the budget information that we received on the tax district allocations to agencies to just try to be sure I was understanding you know, what transit tax dollars are, what services improvements and operations and capital needs, infrastructure that the transit tax dollars are funding versus the city funding. And so it's not 100% clear to me still. I really appreciate all this detail and from Go Triangle and from the city, and especially from you, Ellen, making this easy to digest. But I do want to understand that better because it really does impact our decision making around how much funding is allocated to regional transit and commuter rail in particular versus our much needed and much desired city bus improvements. I guess one question I would have is, the city has a certain amount of tax dollars set aside for transit. Is it 3 cents on there? I don't remember, but does that have a staged increase, I wonder, regularly, or just wondering how they manage that? Thanks.
So there, I think I think the board has a lot of questions, and that's what I communicated to the transit board that we have a lot of questions. I mean, even to what I mentioned earlier about the bus stops. I think that's a city responsibility, but when I drive around in Wake County and see the bus stops, it looks so nice. Ours don't look so nice. And our citizens deserve the same kind of consideration. So I think there are just some things that we really need to have some serious conversations around. Other questions, concerns for commissioners? If not, at this time, we can move on to your next presentation, Ellen.
Okay, thank you. And I will get back to you with some of those answers. You know, I definitely am working with the city to try to get better information. I agree with you. I have a lot of questions too. So I'll be working on that. And just real briefly on some of the improvements that will be in our recommended plan. So you'll receive that soon too in upcoming presentations. Okay, well, the next item related is the commuter rail study update by Go Triangle. So I see Chuck Latuka, CEO of Go Triangle, popped up, and Aaron Convery, engineer with Go Triangle, and then Mariah Ellington, one of their consultants to the project. So Go Triangle has a presentation and memo in the materials. I also wrote a memo that goes along with it. And just real briefly, as you receive Go Triangle's presentation, a few things that I just want to remind you of is the importance of considering this project in the holistic, with a holistic view of Durham as it grows and changes into the future, and how it relates to our other transportation needs, how it relates to the connectivity of downtown, how it relates to bike, ped, and bus infrastructure. You know, this is a big project, and it can hopefully improve things for Durham moving forward, and that the railroad infrastructure is very permanent. You know, our railroad infrastructure is very old. That's one thing you'll hear from Go Triangles, how old our railroad infrastructure is and how many improvements are needed. So, if we're going to put a big investment into this, we need to make sure that it serves Durham long term. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chuck. And do you want me to pull up your presentation, or because I can do that?
Yeah, since you've already been made a presenter, that might be easiest, Ellen.
Okay.
Thanks.
Let's do that.
So first of all, I'd like to thank Ellen and Sandra for a great presentation before this presentation. A lot of information there, a lot of food for thought. And we are working with Go Triangle is to recruit more drivers for our bus operations. And this week you'll see at Durham Station, a recruitment trailer is going to be installed to help try to recruit more people to drive buses and start great careers with Go Durham and Go Triangle. So looking forward to that. To talk a little bit about commuter rail here today. You've heard some of it a little bit already, but we'll go ahead and to the next slide, please. So we've been working on this, what we call the phase 2 feasibility study that's funded by Durham County, Wake County, and Johnston County to take a detailed look at what the costs are, the construction challenges, and cost sharing, legal issues, all these things. And the corridor we are examining now in detail is Clayton in the east to West Durham. With 15 stations in between. It's if the project goes all the way to Clayton, it would be 43 miles. So it's been more than a year and a half, almost 2 years going on for this study, and we're looking forward to having a result for you soon, to a finished product to take a look at and consider. Next slide, please. The study partners, some of which I mentioned, we have Durham County, Wake County, Johnston County, Campo, DCHC, of course, Go Triangle, North Carolina Railroad, and the Department of Transportation for the state are all part of the study partner team, overseeing all the progress on the study. We've been working very cooperatively together. North Carolina Railroad has been an excellent partner in helping us examine the corridor and some of the challenges there, whether they be physical challenges or they be agreement challenges or capacity challenges with Norfolk Southern and or CSX. So this group has been meeting for 2 years and overseeing the study. So next slide. So where are we at today? We are continuing the rail analysis, which we're almost done. We are still looking at the stop locations and the schedule we could provide and the track infrastructure. Durham has a lot of challenges when it comes to track infrastructure because the corridor gets quite narrow in the city. And depending on how we want to deliver the service, you might need a different track alignment, and also how the platforms are going to be established for people getting on and off the train will also have impacts. And we're looking at all the bridges and the types of vehicles we would use, and also examining the ridership. And most importantly is how much capacity this corridor has if we add a second track, because it's a single track now. And if there might be some other areas where we need some short third tracks, you know, what could we create? What kind of capacity could we create that allows Norfolk Southern, CSX, the Amtrak service, the Piedmont service, all to deliver their schedules as they plan and do their maintenance work. So that has been, that's one of the main focuses of making sure how much capacity can we deliver for, it gives us the level of service we can deliver, also tells us how much the project's going to cost, because, you know, all the improvements we're going to need to make to this corridor. So we've also been doing analysis on housing, land use, and access to jobs. And we've come out with some excellent reports on those issues. The most recent report had related to travel and for work and access to jobs with some very positive incomes. We're going to have that up on the website here shortly. TJ Cog has assisted us as a consultant to deliver a lot of this work. And we've been very happy with what they provided. And then, of course, having a very robust engagement process, just like you've had with the transit plan, we're also trying to conduct a robust engagement with folks in Durham and throughout the region, general public, some of the colleges and business groups, and we've had focus groups, and we've done a lot of meetings with local governments. So many presentations. We recently held a webinar which you might hear about later on the stations, and it was very well attended. I think there's over 700 views of that webinar so far. And so very happy, I think, with the effort. With public outreach, we need to do more. There's still a public outreach ongoing. And I think when the feasibility study is delivered and completed in the next few weeks or months. So maybe I say months, I want to say maybe a month or so. Then we want to have a lot of time for, you know, this board and the other boards to consider the results of the study, talk about them with their constituents. We would assist with that process. And so perhaps with the goal of maybe having a vote at some time, maybe around August, to see if this plan is financially feasible, legally feasible, it's constructible, and what the schedule would be to deliver a project and what the service would look like. So looking forward to delivering all that information for your consideration soon. We'll go to the next slide, please. So some of this I already talked about, the NS modeling. I like that there's a couple dollar bills over this category because we, NS, we've invested money with NS to conduct the study. They conduct the capacity study and then we pay for that study, and they've are about to deliver the final portion of that study to us, so we can figure out what all the costs are. So we have that now. We're determining what the cost impacts are to our, you know, to the project, and we'll have that for you soon. So the modeling also for ridership under the coins is also being done. We had to update the regional travel model, and that update was done in November, and the team is running the numbers. And of course, we want to make sure that this, we want to make sure this has good eligibility for FTA funding, because we want the feds to be a 50-50 partner with us in this project. So Ellen already had the project up there for 1.95 billion as a placeholder. And of course, at least 50% of that we would expect that from the feds in order to make this project go. Very important. So we're hoping that the models show that the ridership would be good, and that we would rank high by FTA. They have a categories of low, medium, high, and I think we hopefully are looking at medium to high range in order to be a good candidate for funding from FTA. And of course, we're going to roll out the opportunity analysis that TJ Cog has done for us. We've already done a special board meeting in February to review the results, and we putting those results out to the public here. Next slide. So this is where I turn it over to Mariah Ellington from STV. She is our track and station expert, and she's going to take it from here. So thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Like you said, I'm Mariah Ellington with STV. I'm the engineering lead for the Durham task, and I'm going to be showing you some design concepts that we've developed through downtown Durham. And then Aaron Convery with Go Triangle will go through next steps. Next slide. So as Chuck mentioned, this project is along an existing railroad corridor that currently carries freight traffic and intercity passenger traffic. Now, this project is a little different from what you might have seen on the Durham Orange Light Rail project, because commuter trains can operate fully within the railroad corridor. The light rail had to be adjacent to it, and that adjacency created a larger footprint for them than what we're talking about here with this project. So prior to moving forward, however, with the commuter rail project, there will be additional infrastructure needed. And through Durham, that comes in the form of a second track. And we wanted to take a really close look at the downtown Durham area to make sure that we had a viable way to add that second track in a way through an area that's highly complex, that we already know is very complicated. And prior to moving forward with the commuter rail project, we wanted to make sure that there is an acceptable engineering solution that can be built at a reasonable cost. And based on work that we've done to date, we feel like we have a couple of workable solutions here, which I'll go over today. Next slide, please. So the existing conditions through Durham are extremely tricky. The topography, or the general lay of the land, is very complicated and changes quickly. The corridor is very tight and narrow, with development occurring right up against its edges. And there's significant cultural resources through here that have been adversely impacted by infrastructure projects in the past, and we want to make sure we're not increasing those. So there's a whole lot to talk about just regarding existing conditions. And in the interest of time, we have provided a link to a video where we basically take a tour through downtown Durham and go through all of the existing challenges that we face and how those challenges have steered us towards certain concepts. I highly suggest you take a look at this to have a better understanding of how we got to where we are today. Next slide, please. So when we started the Durham task, we made a list of goals that we wanted to meet. First up, we've got to add that second track in order to have capacity for the commuter trains. And while we're at it, we'd like to improve clearance underneath the railroad bridges through Durham. That would reduce the odds of the bridges being struck by trucks, as has happened quite often in the past through Durham. We'd like to improve the pedestrian and cyclist mobility across the corridor while limiting impact to bus service. And we definitely want to make sure we're enhancing the intermodal connection between the Durham bus station and the train station to be better and faster than it is today. And we always try to minimize impacts to roadway, traffic, and historic structures. And while we're doing all of that, we have to make sure we're complying with Norfolk Southern, CSX, NCRR, and NCDOT requirements. Next slide, please. So previous studies along this corridor have all assumed low-level platform boarding options like you see on the right there. These do require some assistance for passengers with mobility devices. This approach is common among passenger rail projects across the country that occur on corridors that are shared with freight traffic, like ours is. However, based on feedback that we got from the City of Durham and Go Triangle's Accessibility Services Advisory Committee, we looked into what it would take to put high-level platforms with unassisted boarding for all passengers in Durham. But it's important to recognize that in a corridor like ours, which is shared with freight, which is highly complex and narrow, as I talked about before, high-level platforms are not easy. Freight trains cannot run directly adjacent to a high-level platform. So in our corridor, we have to provide station tracks to high-level platforms. And these station tracks carry only passenger trains. And those are in addition to the freight tracks that have to be provided. So you will see high-level platform layouts have a much larger footprint with more impacts and costs associated with them. As we're at the same time that we're talking to you guys, we're also talking to NCRR, who is the owner of the corridor, about how these different station layouts fit in with their overall vision for the future of their corridor. And as we start to engage with funding partners about delivering a project that's at an affordable cost, it'll be important to talk about trade-offs and risks and costs associated with the different ways to provide a convenient and accessible system for all users. Next slide, please. So when we started developing concepts through downtown, we identified 6 initial concepts just to start the discussion around the strengths and weaknesses. We had extensive stakeholder engagement with City of Durham and County of Durham, Downtown Durham Inc., NCDOT, and NCRR. These discussions led to refinements to those initial 6, as well as a whole slew of new concepts to look at. 2 of these concepts rose to the top as having the best ability to meet our goals with the fewest impacts. Concept 2 was the best of the low-level platform concepts, and concept D was the best of the high-level platform concepts. Next slide. So rather than showing you a bunch of complicated engineering drawings, we have developed some visualizations of these concepts to give you a better idea of what they might look like. So we'll start at Chapel Hill Street. On the left, you can see the Durham bus station, and on the right is the train station. You can see there's 1 track out there today. Next slide, please. Concept 2 adds a second track through here, as well as a second platform to serve that second track. And you can see a pedestrian bridge that connects the 2 platforms. That bridge is cartoony in nature because no architectural decisions have been made yet, but we did want to make it clear that a pedestrian connection between the 2 platforms must be grade separated and cannot occur at grade. Now, while it's not shown on this picture, there is the potential for a direct connection between the bus station and the pedestrian bridge here. Next slide, please. Concept D, like I said before, will have a much larger footprint, and that's because of the station tracks that are required for high-level platforms. Here again, there is a pedestrian bridge connecting the platforms, and there is also the potential for a direct connection to the bus station here as well. Next slide, please. So most people don't see the corridor from drone level height. So we have a ground shot here, a more realistic view. This is looking down Chapel Hill Street. Off in the distance on the left is the bus station, and on the right is the train station. Next slide. Concept 2 raises the track and lowers the road here, replaces that bridge with a new one. This allows for additional vertical clearance underneath the bridge, And it also allows more room underneath for wider sidewalks than what are out there today, bike lanes and buffers, or bus lanes, depending on how we want to configure this. Next slide, please. Concept D, very similar. We're raising the tracks, replacing the bridge. This is a little bit beefier than concept 2, and that's because it's holding up 4 tracks instead of 2. But this also provides additional vertical clearance and additional space for sidewalks and bike lanes or bus lanes. Next slide, please. This is Gregson Street Bridge. This is notorious for being struck by trucks in the past, even after NCRR jacked this bridge up to provide additional clearance. Next slide, please. Concept 2 raises the track even more than what NCRR recently did, replaces that bridge, giving us additional vertical clearance, as well as room for wider sidewalks or multi-use paths. Next slide, please. Concept D is very similar, replacing the bridge, lets us get additional vertical clearance and wider sidewalks under here. Next slide. From an aerial viewpoint, you can see Gregson in the foreground, Duke Street in the background, and there is 1 track out there today. Next slide. Concept 2 adds a second track, replaces that bridge over Gregson while keeping Duke Street crossing open. Next slide. Concept D has a wider footprint. These tracks need to be spaced further apart in order to develop the separate station tracks that you can see off in the distance there. But it also replaces that bridge at Gregson and keeps Duke Street open. Next slide, please. So Blackwell Street, we wanted to take a very careful look at this area with these concepts. You can, because of the old Bull building in the background there. Next slide. Concept 2, you can see we're adding a second track here, but there's very minimal roadway work involved with the way we laid this concept out. And we do anticipate this crossing can stay open. Next slide. Concept D, there is also adding a second track, but these tracks must be spaced a little further apart. That does require some amount of roadway work along Corcoran and Ramsar, but we do anticipate this crossing being able to stay open with no impacts to the building. And from an aerial viewpoint, you can see Mangum in the foreground, Corcoran and Blackwell in the background, with downtown Durham on your right. There is 1 track out there today. Next slide. Concept 2 adds a second track with very minimal roadway work involved. Next slide. Concept D also adds a second track, but these tracks are spaced further apart to allow for the development of those station tracks in the background there, which does require some amount of roadway work on Corcoran and Ramsar. And now Erin Convery with Go Triangle will talk about next steps and where we go from here.
Thanks, Mariah. Good morning, commissioners. I'm Erin Convery, Senior Transportation Planner with Go Triangle. And as Mariah mentioned, I'll be talking through some of the next steps related particularly to the Downtown Durham Design Concept Task. So as Mariah mentioned at the beginning of her presentation, one of the goals of this study task was to develop concepts with the least adverse impacts and most potential benefits for downtown Durham. So if these concepts are moved into design, the project team will continue to evaluate their physical impacts as those designs are refined. And those evaluations will include potential property acquisitions, impacts to adjacent roadways, and reconstruction of those railroad bridges that Mariah mentioned. At the current level of review, it's anticipated that concept 2, which was that low level platform, would have minimal to low impacts on adjacent properties and roadways. However, in order to get the 4 tracks to include station tracks needed for the high level platforms as shown in concept D, moderate property impacts are likely. If the project moves forward for implementation, more extensive design work in the project development phase would determine those specific property and roadway impacts. So with regards to scope, both concepts included more elements than were originally assumed in phase 1 of study, specifically replacing existing railroad bridges to raise the tracks and provide additional clearance under the bridges. It's estimated that with these additional pieces of scope, the low-level concept 2 would cost approximately $15 million more, which is approximately double the original estimate of about $15 million for a typical station from phase 1 of study. And then for concept D, in addition to raising of the railroad bridges and raising of the rails, that high-level platform concept would require those additional tracks at the station area. So with that additional scope, it's estimated that concept D would cost approximately $35 million more than the phase 1 estimate. So moving into the next phase of project development, the project scope will continue to be evaluated and refined, and those cost estimates will be updated accordingly. Next slide, please. So we will also be conducting engagement regarding these downtown Durham design concepts in the coming weeks and months. During this upcoming engagement effort, we'll be engaging with a variety of communities and groups throughout the downtown Durham area around these design concepts, using methods that could include focus groups, conversation series, attendance at community events, among others. These initiatives will include education and feedback around the low-level and high-level boarding options, accessibility, the physical footprint of options in downtown Durham, and potential costs. Future additional corridor-wide engagement regarding topics like service timetables, operations will be planned for late spring and early summer as the study continues, as well as in focused areas requiring additional study, for example, East and West Durham. Next slide, please. So as we begin these engagement efforts, we would like to take the opportunity at today's work session to understand from the Board of County Commissioners how this engagement effort can be most useful to you in your future decision-making. On this slide, you can see examples of the types of groups and communities we're to focus on in our engagement efforts. We'd like to ask of you, who else should we be reaching out to? And what specific input from the community would you like to hear regarding the downtown Durham design concepts? We would like to open this topic up for discussion for your feedback, in addition to the opportunities for questions. Thank you. Next slide. And I think that brings us to discussion and questions.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. This is much needed information for the board. Thank you, Chuck. And the other person, was it, I'm trying to remember names here.
Yeah, Mariah and Aaron.
Mariah and Eric, thank you for your presentation. This is an important item for this board, and I'm sure there are questions and concerns. I'll start it off with one question that I'd like more information about is the affordable housing along this commuter rail. Will that be a part of your research that you'll be bringing back to us? What will affordable housing look like, the concept?
So Aaron, would you like to speak to that subject?
Sure. So as Chuck mentioned, there's an opportunity analysis studies that are occurring concurrently with some of this technical work. And so that includes land use, travel markets, and affordable housing. And so that's something that those are not quite finalized yet, is my understanding, but is something we will definitely be bringing back to share with this board.
And I think we'll be able to show that I know Durham is going to be investing heavily in housing, and I think we're going to show where the complementary results are between a new transit project and your housing program.
Okay, I'll let the other board members have questions. Commissioner Burns?
Good morning. Thank y'all for coming. And Ellen, you've been hoeing a tough road this morning, back to back. So, as always, thank you for being our subject matter expert and bringing us the best information and actually putting people in front of us who have to put pen to paper and foot to the pavement to get the work done. So, thank you for everybody who presented. How you doing, Mariah? I don't think we've met. I've met just about everybody else. So nice to meet you. My first thing I'm going to do is answer the question that you posed at the end, and then I'll go back to mine, because very seldom, people come, they present. You all did pose a question to us, and that's who else we should be reaching out to. And I did. I'm happy that somebody did think about that many groups. I can't speak for all of them. One of the things, if you do come to the Durham committee, don't just go to a subcommittee. Ask the chair to reach out to the full body. They'll give you 20 or 30 minutes on a program. The Fayetteville Street corridor and Durham Business and Professional Training. As I look over the maps, and I took some time and I looked at each one of them that you shared. No matter which concept we choose, there's going to be some disruption on the Fayetteville Street corridor, right? And we also know that across the street from the Phoenix, it might be $3 billion, but right now there's a $470 billion development that will be mixed use, affordable housing, some residential, that will be disrupted. I bring all that up. The reason why I bring up the Durham Business and Professional Chain, and I bring up the Fayetteville Street corridor, and I bring up that housing, that is the area where 147 came through. We don't have to beat it with a dead horse. We recognize that less than 100 years ago, that the people in that neighborhood were told 147 is going to do everything for your businesses. It is going to connect you to Raleigh and the Triangle. And the only thing it did was displace Black people and disrupt Black Wall Street, right? So I don't want us I don't think anybody on this call is intentionally trying to repeat the past, right? I absolutely don't think that. But if we don't talk to these groups who have been very vocal about that level of disruption, I think we will have missed an opportunity, because a lot of those people are still alive. And I'm pretty sure we'll hear from them when I get off this call. So just even where Fayette Place is, that's where that $470 million is going up right now. So let's just think about all of those little nuances. We saw just in the paper less than 2 weeks ago, people were up. There were some people that didn't understand everything that was going on over there. So I do want that communication to happen. I'm proud of the fact that when we got our survey results today, that, we were above other counties in how we communicate. I'm happy that people felt that way, and I want to maintain that standard. So if we could do that, that would be super duper helpful. Other than that, the other thing I wanted to voice, again, not to be the dead horse, because I've asked y'all for a lot of materials. Some of it I would like to have it disaggregated a bit more. This is not going to be an easy lift for y'all. It's not, and it's not going to be an easy lift for us, because there is a lot of distrust around the light rail. So when we do come to you all with follow-up questions, I'm telling you right now, do not take it personal. We are being held to a very high standard, to a group of citizens who still have mistrust around this issue, not mistrust around any of you all individually. So again, if I, Commissioner Jacobs, Commissioner Carter, Commissioner Lama, or Chair Howerton come to you all, know that it's coming from a place. We're not doing it to bully you all, but if we are going to invest money again, I'll bring this up again. I'll never forget, Commissioner Lama and I were asked even before we got in office, where did the $180 million go for the light rail? Commissioner Lyon, we had not even been sworn in, and that was the first question we got at every interview. That question is still waiting out there, and it's still unanswered, and it's not the fault of some people. So I will stop there, but just know we will be putting some pressure on y'all. It's not personal. I feel confident that the smart people on this phone will be able to give us the answers that we need, so we can instill that trust back into our public. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. And I will say that Commissioner Howerton, in our last board meeting, also has been voicing the concerns, as has some others. And I am working with the staff and to develop much better information around the light rail, much more detailed. We're going to bring it to the board, our Go Triangle board, in March, the March board meeting. We're going to get feedback from Commissioner Howerton and the other board members. I think some of the Orange County board members also have the same questions because that project was split on some of those costs. There's issues around property. So we hope to get feedback from the board at Go Triangle on the quality of what we've assembled of the information. And once they are happy, we're going to bring that information into the community. And hopefully with all of you, you can help us connect with folks to provide that information. We'll put it up on our website and disseminate that, and also go out and help explain it because there's a lot of information there. I think that that folks are going to see that hasn't been presented before.
Thank you, Mr. Lakuta. And the board, I've expressed a lot of concerns, and as Chuck said, that we needed to put on our agenda so that the board members get to hear all of this information that is explained in a way that not just our board, but a community that's listening, hear the concerns and the questions and what's being proposed. So, and if it takes longer time on our agenda for all of that information to get clarified, then we need to be able to make the special time so that the board and the staff knows what's going on. So just let us know if you need more time, Ellen, Chuck, if you need more time on the agenda at some point, because this time runs really, really fast. It's 11:40 now, so we've run past time, but we just may have to just make a few more extra minutes for the board members if they have some more questions or things that they want to ask for you to bring forward to us. So let's just take a few more minutes and do that. Commissioners, other questions or current concerns or requests? Commissioner Jacobs, and then we'll go to Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, and great to see you, Chuck. Haven't seen you in a long time. And thank you, Mariah and Aaron, for this presentation. I really appreciated the visualizations you provided, and I watched the YouTube video that was linked, which was also really great. In the report that we got, I think from Eric, is that his name? I couldn't, the links in there actually didn't work for me when I tried to click on that information in the memo. So if we could get that resent with the links, that would be great. My question is related to the two different scenarios about the concept 2 versus the concept D. Besides, obviously, there's a greater cost for the concept D. How does either one impact the future capacity? You know, if we're going to look at, you know, hopefully in the future, the commuter rail would have much more frequent service down the road and to have that more increased service. Is that possible with both of these concepts? That was one of my questions.
Mariah, do you want to talk about that?
I can try. This isn't exactly my purview. I'm more of a geometry kind of person, but we are looking at models of increased train service. So more trains throughout the day, spread out more than your typical commuter rail schedule, which is, they call it 8-2-8-2. So they're looking at 30-60 plans, so 30 minutes peak, 60 minutes throughout the rest of the day, and seeing if any additional infrastructure is required. I don't think that we have a result quite yet, but it is coming soon.
Aaron, anything to add?
Yeah, I'll just piggyback on what Mariah said, that the modeling would be, additional modeling is needed for those additional service areas. And I'll just mention that the current modeling that Norfolk Southern is doing is around that low-level platform concept that was proposed in phase 1 of studies. So some of these additional service model questions, as well as that high level, would require that additional model for a more detailed study.
And I would just add that when you have dedicated station tracks for high-level platforms, it does add to the complexity of operating the system. I don't know if it takes capacity out, but it certainly train performance would have minimal impacts, I think, with those station tracks. And the thing is, if we gave you the cost for the Durham station, the cost of have high platform system wide to 15 stations is several $100 million to do that. So there's the other stations to consider too, if that's the approach that other folks want to take. But I think that we do want to do more frequent all-day service. But the model that we're able to do with Norfolk Southern was that peak commuter. And I would say that this is a base case, right? So, we know, like other commuter railroads that have been built around the country, you grow the business, right, over time. So you grow your capacity, you grow your territory, you grow your schedule to hopefully meet the needs of the folks as time goes on, and you evaluate those needs. But we're starting with A2. We're going to look at a more variable schedule. Also, you'll have that information in the summer if we can get it from Norfolk Southern, and I think that we are very sensitive to that issue.
Okay, well, I'm glad you all are looking at it, because I think, making this type of investment, we definitely have to balance what we're trying to do now, but also, for the future. And I appreciate that you all are doing this up front and getting everyone engaged now, especially the downtown stakeholders and just to pile on with what Commissioner Burns said, I think the other stations are really, really important too. Where the station's going to be in East Durham and Ellis Road and going through those communities, that's where we have explosive residential growth right now, and where some of our naturally occurring affordable housing is happening right now. So missing stakeholders, I didn't see on that list NCCU, I didn't see Durham Tech. So those were two that I was going to add on there. And I really hope now that we're hopefully getting out of some of our challenges with COVID, that we do have in-person engagement. We just can't beat that. And I just want to mention about some of the funding gaps. We really need to be looking at that now. And I'm just wondering if you are engaging, for instance, Representative Price on this. Also looking at the infrastructure bill has a lot of money for bridges in there. And is there a way to use other sources of funding to help with this? And that's one question. And then the other, related to getting information to the community about light rail, I appreciate that we got a timeline that Ellen shared with us, but we really need very detailed information so that people understand how the timeline corresponds to how the project developed, and why different amounts of money had to be spent at different times according to how the federal funding process works. People don't understand it. It's so complicated, but if you can really have something that corresponds to the timeline that really breaks down why that money was spent, what it was spent for at that time, and then the different agreements that were in place that required us to do that. And then if people don't want to read it, fine, but if they do, at least the information is there for them. So that is my suggestion related to really what you were talking about, Chuck. Thank you.
Commissioner Jacobs, you and I've talked about, and I think I've talked to Chuck about a presentation that, given that we released a mandate at some point, rather than just giving people those that stuff in writing, is that we have a community conversation, and with charts and handouts so that the community, people that are interested, can follow it and know exactly what we're talking about. And because they will continue to ask the question if we're not clear about what it is we're communicating.
Yeah, and I agree. And we'll get more questions as a result too. So it'll be a dialogue that's going to continue for a little while for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Carter, did you have your hand up? Otherwise, we're going to move on. Was there something else?
I did. I don't think I'll take very long because everyone's asked great questions. As far as continued communication with the community goes, do you all think that there would be benefit in every time there's a presentation on commuter rail, just briefly going through like a case for why commuter rail is necessary, including the opportunity analyses that you all are doing? I mean, I think those are the information we're going to get from TJ Cog about affordable housing along the corridor, et cetera, at the station areas. I just think maybe that's something that could be useful, is to helping our public and continuing to help us understand, what is the case for commuter rail. So that would be one thought that I had. And then the only other thing I wanted to say personally was I loved the visualizations. I hope that there will be some pedestrian improvements across Corcoran, across the tracks where Corcoran and Blackwell are, and also further down the line. Is it Mangum? Mangum, right there near DPAC and also our jail. I just think that those two crossings are not fun to make on foot, and people do it all the time.
Yeah, you have a lot of pedestrian challenges there. And so one of the things we did want to show, we didn't have the diagram up, is though we do want to show a pedestrian bridge crossing from the bus station to the train station. I think that's important. I don't like the idea that people have to cross 4 lanes of traffic to change their transportation provider.
But thanks to you all very much for all of this good information and all the hard work I know you are doing.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you so much again. And we will look forward to the next iteration.
Good. Thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you.
Bye.
Commissioners, it is 11:50. We need to take a break here, about a 30-minute break, and then come back to the next item will be our capital improvement update. So if we take a break now for 30 minutes, we'll come back at 11. Let's just say 11:30 because it's 11:51. So let's just say 11:30. I mean 12:30. It's at 12:30. We don't go backward. It's at 12:30. So let's just take a quick break here, and I'll see you at 12:30. All right. Bye.
I will say, caution, if you want to, put the 3.5, put the tax.
Tell him we hear him. Good afternoon, Chair Howerton. It looks like we may just be waiting on Vice Chair Jacobs. Okay. Oh, there she is. Okay, so we're ready to go.
Monica, could you make sure that I have control of the screen or can get?
I'm sorry, let me do that right now.
Quite all right.
There you go.
All right.
Thank you.
We will continue. And the next item is our Capital Improvement Plan 22-01-144. The board is requested to receive a presentation from staff on the FY 22-31 Capital Improvement Program update, the CIP. The overview will provide high-level overview of the requested CIP project and the county master facility plan. And I think Interim Manager Hager, Keith Lang, all of our budget folks, David, so can take it over.
Good afternoon, commissioners. It's a pleasure to get to this stage in our CIP update. It's been quite some time in the making. We started some of these conversations last spring about process, and throughout the fall and the summer, and now at this point we are at the stage of sharing a recommended plan. We do have many partners on the line today, as Commissioner Howerton shared. In addition to staff, our financial advisor, Doug Carter, is on the line just in case we need to engage him as well. And Keith will run through the slides. Some are familiar because we had a high-level update with the Board of Education at the joint meeting. So I'll turn it over to Keith and he can walk through the presentation.
Thank you, Claudia. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm going to try to run through this the early part of this presentation, the words part, fairly quickly. Commissioners should all have a copy of this presentation, a PDF copy. They should be available for the public to view as part of the Legistar system. So hopefully everyone has access to all this information. And just to make sure everyone can see the screen in front of them as I'm running the presentation, you are looking at the presentation, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to do a real quick overview of the CIP process recap. We're going to talk about recommendations to the CIP. We'll talk a little bit and focus on some of the DPS support this CIP is offering. By the way, this is the FY 21-22 through 2030-31 CIP. It's a 10-year look at the CIP. It's usually updated every 2 years. We had some updates to the 2029 CIP just a year or so ago related to supporting DPS projects. So it's been only a year or so since we updated the project last, updated the CIP last, but this is a significant increase and a significant update to even that updated CIP. We're going to talk about some of the financial changes related to the CIP. We'll get to one of the key points, which is the property tax rate increases that may potentially be needed to support this particular 10-year CIP plan. We'll talk about future bond referendum. That's a GO bond referendum timings. And then we'll hopefully have some room and time for board discussion. Some of the guiding principles. This is one of the slides Claudia says you always hear from us about what our guiding principles are. Do these projects that we are considering and propose and recommend align with BOCC goals? Are these projects consistent with the facility master plan recommendations? And we always want to make sure that in totality, this entire plan has a proposed debt level that can maintain our AAA bond rating. And we always try to give priority to projects not completed in the previous CIP recommendations. Again, all of this starts with a master facility plan update. I believe we had an update just a couple of years ago, last year. So that's the start. And this sort of gives the framework on areas of focus the county needs to focus on for county related projects. The main players of the CIP are generally the county, Durham Public Schools, Durham Tech, and the Museum of Life and Science. Those four entities sort of make up 99% of the CIP. The rest of it is still county related, but it's the enterprise fund, and the enterprise fund pays for its own capital projects. We'll talk about it a little bit, but it's not a major part of the CIP because that's like a business entity that runs its own set of projects and pays for it differently than how the county pays for other county projects. Steps involved with capital planning. We talked about the facility needs assessment. Then we do project prioritization and sequencing, sort of putting them in terms of importance and then out in time over 10 years. We then have to complete a detailed cash flow projections, which I'll show you later on. We consider affordability. Affordability is related to property tax rate increases and any number of other things. And then we ultimately will update the capital improvement plan based on what the board finally approves. The CIP calendar. We started this in August 2021. We presented the board with an updated facility master plan. September, we started reevaluating project placement in the CIP using Claudia's often used term, shovel readiness checklist. October, we started updating cash flow projections. We had multiple meetings between the CIP committee and financial advisor review between November and December. And January and part of February, we've had Doug Carter and Associates sort of evaluate draft CIP plans, potential GO bond referendum amounts and things of that nature. And hopefully in March, sometime this March or early April, we'll have the board adopt the 22-31 capital improvement plan. Now, here it starts getting to lots of numbers. This is in totality the CIP. It's 1.8 billion, dollars. The key numbers to look at are FY 21 through 22 through 30-31. That's the 10-year CIP. A little bit of that is prior year money where we're sort of in between projects being completed now and still needing some money to be completed. This is not a list of every project, but it's a list of key projects by goal area and by department. So DTCC may have 4 or 5 different projects. Durham Public Schools has a bunch of projects. The Museum of Life and Science has 3 or 4 projects. They're summed up in this view for this presentation. Board members, you have also sent a PDF to you all of like 60 pages of the individual projects for each of these areas. Want to point out some of the changes. I've showed this slide to the board several times as we talked about development of the CIP. So the 2029 approved CIP was approved FY19, three years ago. And for DPS in particular, that CIP had $410 million allotted for Durham Public Schools in that 10-year plan. Durham Public Schools, the Board of Education came back to the Board of County Commissioners in 2021 or 1920 and said, we've done our own facility master plan. We've got a lot more needs and we need some more money up front. That revised CIP number that the schools asked for, that the board and management found a way to support, increased funding from the county to DPS to $581 million. So from 410 in the original 2029 CIP to a revised 2029 CIP, an increase of $171 million. Within the time frame of that discussion, a year and a half ago, Durham Public Schools continued to refine their request based off of scope changes, inflation, any number legislative changes from the state, any number of pre-K support and building and rooms in buildings. All that being said, their 2022-31 10-year request increased from 581 to $910 million. That is a significant increase. Thus the tidal wave. Look, it's not condemning the request. It's not giving an opinion. It's just showing how much their request increased over time. It is significant. Other CIP projects, this is everything other than DPS. The same sort of thing happened. The approved CIP was $492 million. The revised stayed roughly the same at 486, but then it increased as part of the 22-31 CIP to $834 million. That's another significant increase. Capital project costs are increasing across the board. In fact, I would say every meeting you all have these days, almost, it seems like you're being requested to support additional funding for existing projects, be it affordable housing, be it public art, be it other existing projects that need additional funding. This is happening, and these are some of the dollar amounts you're looking at. Some of the highlights to this change 22-31 CIP. There's a new elections building in this CIP. There's still many discussions about that project, but the cost that's in the CIP right now is the cost for a new building. That number may change as we get new information or go in different directions, but that's the cost you're looking at, and that's $31 million that wasn't in the 2029 CIP. County stadium upgrades, major upgrades to the stadium of $11 million, and a potential proposed county stadium parking deck. IS&T has major and significant cost increases to some of our existing projects, broadband expansion, disaster recovery site, automation, continued automation. Let's not forget that we're all working on 20-year-old software as well. We've got to have a new emergency operations center planned in this budget at $20.5 million. Public safety complex is still out there and needing an additional $50 million over and above what was already budgeted for that. The new animal shelter at $31 million, I believe is the amount for that. Oh, excuse me, $29 million. The renewable energy plan, $31.5 million. Durham Public Schools, we talked about the Delta increase for them, and DTCC with two major increases in their project, an allied health building at $74 million and a life science training building at $35 million, and some other smaller projects. So there are seriously large projects with major increases from the 2020 to 2029 CIP to the 22-31 recommended CIP you're looking at here. Can I keep going, or are there any questions anyone's dying to ask right at this moment? Or any confusion I can clear up real quick? If not, I'll keep going. Okay, I'll keep going. Thank you all. So this is just a summary by goal area of where we're spending the dollars. Goal 1 is by far the biggest area. That's education. That's where education resides. So of the total $1.8 billion CIP, $1 billion of it is going over a course of time to Durham Tech and DPS and those goal 1 related areas. Goal 2 is a small amount. One of the next biggest areas is safe community. That's goal 3, There's sheriff projects and a few other things. Goal 4 has $261 million. And I won't go through each of those, but you can look down the list and see where the spending is. We'll move over to this. You can see that the key point of this slide is to show how this CIP has the vast majority of spending in the first 5 years. We have a lot of pent up demand, and to meet that demand in a timely fashion, we're planning on spending a significant amount of money earlier rather than later in the 10-year CIP. Major revenue sources for this CIP are GO bonds with a potential 22 GO bond referendum, LOBS funding. We've continued to use LOBS funding in and around GO bond referendums. It's been a while since we've had a GO bond referendum, 2016 to be exact. So in between 2016 and 2022, we have to use some other lending source, and we've used LOBS, and we're going to continue to use LOBS even as we hopefully create and pass a GO bond referendum in 2022. We also are going to be using more bank financing for a number of projects that don't have a lifespan of 20 years. You don't want to pay debt for 20 years on something that only exists for 10 years. When those things are less than 20 years old, usually in the 5 to 10 year range of age and use, but still capital finance, we use bank financings where we pay off that loan about the length of the time of the thing that's being paid for, like software in general or certain types of equipment. The big question, the big number that everyone's curious about today and in the very near future is how much is a general obligation bond referendum the county is proposing as part of this 10-year CIP. That amount is roughly $550,231,000. The next slide will show you how that is broken down. That's $112.7 million for DTC related capital project request, $423 million for DPS related capital project request, and almost $14 million for Museum of Life and Science capital project request. That is a significantly higher amount for Durham technical community capital projects than has been on previous GO bond referendums. That same statement can be also said for DPS related capital projects. That is a significantly higher amount for DPS. The $14 million for the Museum of Life and Science is around what was proposed and supported in the last GO bond referendum in 2016 for Museum of Life and Science. As I told you, we're also continuing to use limited obligation bonds to a total let's see, that's 465, about almost $500 million in LOBS funding over the course of 10 years for these various projects. I won't go through each of them, but just understand that the GO bond referendum is for a very specific set of projects, and then LOBS funding is for a whole host of other projects. Short-term bank financing projects. Remember I told you areas and types of capital that won't be paid off for 20 years because the life of the project doesn't exist 20 years. These are a number of projects that will be paid off with bank financing. The types, certain things in the renewable energy plan, certain things in the detention center replacement, security upgrades, radios and radio towers for our EMS and sheriff support. It's a significant amount, well over $150 million, I think somewhere in that, 140 million in bank financing over 10 years. And then there's pay-as-you-go dollars. Pay-as-you-go is straight county cash. This is the county supporting any number of projects in areas with county dollars to the tune of $80 million over 10 years. This is how all that money folded up together looks over time. There's county contribution, general obligation bonds, limited obligation bonds, bank financing. This particular slide also shows the enterprise fund financing, but remember the enterprise fund pays for its own debt. That's a different issue. That's paid for by the users of whatever enterprise system that those users partake in, be it the wastewater treatment plant and water and sewer fees out there in RTP and the stormwater enterprise fund. How do we pay for all of this? And if I'm moving very quickly, please ask me to stop or we can come back to these sides. But fundamentally, I've shown you a list of all the projects and the timing and the cost of those projects. But then the next side of the other side of that coin, or the next side of that equation, is how do we pay for it? And we pay for it through a number of dedicated revenue sources. Dedicated revenue sources include sales tax revenue, occupancy tax revenue, and then property tax revenue. All three of those, and a few others, but all three of those are economically related and economically sensitive. Sales tax and occupancy tax, much more economically sensitive than property tax revenue. But basically, we have existing debt that we have to pay off, that we've been paying off. Let's say we're in the middle of paying off 2016 GO bond debt. We've still got to pay off on it for 10 years, but we're always adding new debt on top of that as we do new capital projects. So we always have old debt we're paying off, new debt we're adding on. You add those two numbers together along with the amount of cash we pay straight to projects in any given year, and you get that top table where you see how much is our annual debt service in any given year. Well, in 2022-23, for example, it jumps up potentially to $97.5 million that the county may have to support in annual debt service in that year. Then look out in 2031. Do you see that total number? $169 million. That's the amount of debt annually, potentially, if all projects come in at cost and the timing and the money is spent when they think and the interest rates are what we think they are, we potentially could be paying upwards of close to $170 million a year in debt service. And the big question was, my goodness, how do you pay for that? Well, you pay for it with that third table down in the middle of this slide, where you see non-property tax revenue, occupancy tax revenue, sales tax revenue, and so on and so forth, and fund balance. This is where we match the cost in any year for debt service with the revenue sources to pay for it. When we have less dedicated revenue available to us than we have costs we have to pay for, we have to make up that difference by having a property tax rate increase to find additional revenue to meet the annual debt service amount. And you can see in 2023-24, we're looking at potentially a 3.5 cent tax rate increase to pay for some of that front-loaded capital project spending we're preparing to spend for in this recommended CIP. Another thing to note is how much fund balance we're appropriating over this 10 years. We have several funds where we have fund balance available to support mitigating the rise in property tax rates by applying that fund balance as a revenue source. We're applying almost $80 million over 10 years of fund balance to limit the tax rate increase we need. This is just a graphical representation of the same thing. What I would ask you to look at more than anything else is if you look at that table over the bottom table over to your right, you will see that property tax becomes more and more a dominant source of revenue to pay for the CIP. The growth in the cost of the CIP can only be supported with growth in property tax revenue. We're outpacing the growth in dedicated revenue like sales tax and occupancy tax, and therefore we are left only with having to fill those needs with property tax revenue. It's neither good nor bad. It's just the nature of the request and recommendations in this CIP. Remember, I talked about old debt and new debt? The old debt in this graph is that little green line that goes down to zero. And the new debt is all the new debt payments we'll have to pay for potentially new projects, like a new animal shelter, like a new emergency operations center, control center, and things of that nature, like supporting Durham Public Schools, new elementary schools and renovations. All that's the lighter green number, but those two numbers together add up to the amount of debt we have to pay in any given year. This is the same graph. It just breaks down the type of funding, bands funding and commercial paper. Those are our short-term loans. We don't need to get into that. Largely, it's GO bond and LOBs are the major annual debt service payments we have to make in any given year. All right, well, hopefully we'll move to some words here. Annual debt service, we always do several years of short-term financing, and then we do a bond issuance. And how do I explain this that's relevant? So if you were to take out, I forget what type of loans, Claudia, what are they called? It's not a house loan. It's just a loan where you have on the equity of your house to make improvements to it. You pay interest only on that loan for a couple of years. That's what we do. And then when we've spent $60 million, $80 million, Then we actually go issue the money and pay 20 years on it. But for the first couple of years, we pay interest only on a short-term loan. Once GO bonds and LOBs are actually issued, debt service must, and that number is capitalized, must be paid annually, regardless of economy or board priorities. For us to stay AAA rated, we have to promise investors that we're going to pay our debt service, come, excuse the term, hell or high water. And I say it's important to know that, because once you you approve some of these projects and we issue the debt, we're on board to pay that debt for 20 years, whether the economy tanks or grows wonderfully, or it really doesn't matter what other priorities you have. You're going to have to pay potentially $170 million a year in annual debt service. The property tax needed to support a 2022 general obligation bond referendum. Everyone is curious about what it would need to pay for that. The county expects to pay up to $55 million in related debt service annually at its most maximum amount for any given year for this GO bond referendum of $550 million. It's going to take an estimated 3.5-cent tax rate increase to support this GO bond referendum, plus some other things. If the bond referendum is passed, the recommended tax levy would be in 23-24. In other words, we would enact the tax rate increase before we've spent some of the money, because basically the citizens of Durham County, if they support this GO bond referendum, will have acknowledged that they're willing to pay that property tax rate. Funds not immediately spent from that 3.5-cent tax rate increase would be committed in a special fund, saved as kind of fund balance for the capital financing plan for future debt service payments. So this is what the tax rate increase is going to look like potentially, and there's a lot of ifs in this statement, in this potential outlook for 10 years. What I want you to notice, these are 3 different versions of the CIP. That red line that starts, all these lines start in 2022, but the one that eventually is red, that was the original 2029 approved CIP from several years ago. Then we revised the CIP just 1.5 years ago after discussions with the Board of Education and some other things, and that was the green line CIP. Tax rate needed to handle that increase. Remember, we talked about DPS at 410, then going to 581 million, and then going up to 910 million. Well, the 910 million for DPS, plus the increase in requests from Durham Technical Community College, plus what the county has, plus the Museum of Life and Science, all of that then now becomes the 2022-31 original or recommended CIP. That's the blue line. We are currently at 8.61 cents of the total county property tax rate is dedicated for the capital financing plan fund. In 2023-24, if this GO bond referendum is approved, we're looking at an estimated 3.5 cent tax rate increase needed for that. Then we also have planned in the CIP another GO bond referendum in 25-26 with a related tax rate increase after that of another 3 cents. Now, that may take everyone's breath away. Those are 2 significant property tax rate increases. And remember, commissioners, this is related only to capital projects. This doesn't take into account any potential county tax rate increases related to the annual budget. There are pressures every year in the annual budget to pay for salary increases, new positions, renewable energy plan, operational costs. All of that's a separate discussion for potential tax rates needed for that. All that being said, capital project revenue sources are dependent, and ultimately the tax rate increase needed is dependent on project spending pace. This is something Claudia talks about all the time. Our projects shovel ready. Oftentimes projects ending up being slower than expected, and that may affect the tax rate positively or negatively. Interest rates. When we go out and issue long-term debt, we hope we have an idea what the interest rate could be, but it's rising right now. It would have been nicer to issue debt when we had the lowest interest rates ever 2 years ago. None of us were prepared to do that. The interest rate is a little bit higher this year. I built in those costs, but who knows what the next 2 or 3 years are going to be with interest rates. Other dedicated revenue sources, as I've said, are economically related. Occupancy tax, sales tax. We are doing wonderful in those numbers right now. And I have built in growth. And I think you heard earlier a 4% estimated annual growth in sales tax around the transportation plan is what those folks are using. That's a relatively safe number. But if the economy tanks or the economy happens to be better, that amount of revenue we get from sales tax could grow or decrease. If it decreases, I'll ask you rhetorically to guess what other revenue source we have to fill in that vacuum if we have less sales tax. I think you know the answer to that. It would be property tax, and we might have to raise the property tax even more. If we get more sales tax, we can use less property tax revenue. So there's also the potential growth in property tax valuation. Annually, I have estimated about 2% growth in valuation. I think Commissioner Carter asked a question about that this weekend, and I answered it hopefully clearly in an email. But if that tax valuation actually grows more than what I have built into the capital financing plan, that will put less pressure on a 3.5-cent tax rate increase. Now, it's not going to save everyone and go down to 0, but it might go to 3.25 or 3. It just depends. And now a lot of this will also depend on a revaluation and how much valuation growth we see in that. Also, what could affect this is unplanned use of dedicated fund balance. What do I mean by unplanned use of dedicated fund balance? You have had several projects come to you in the last couple of weeks that have proposed significant allocation of capital-related debt service to support projects. Affordable housing at $3 or $4 million. There's one on the meeting today about needing dollars for the detention center for the sheriff. That's $4+ million. There's several other things. We've spent $10 million of unplanned capital-related fund balance in the last year on a number of projects. If that continues, then I'll have less of that fund balance available in that $80 million number I showed you over the 10 years. This is something that everyone should be concerned about in an environment where the cost of projects is changing almost daily. What is a 3.5-cent tax rate increase on the value of a house? That green column will give you an idea based on the house valuation, 100,000, 150, all the way up to someone who's lucky enough or unlucky enough to own an $800,000 house. Let's pick $200,000. 3.5-cent tax rate would be an annual $70 increase in their property tax bill. County property tax bill. $300,000 would be $105. $150,000 house would be $53. You can see what the cost would be for a 3.5-cent tax rate increase for just the CIP. Done with all the heavy lifting related to the CIP, we'll talk about the GO bond referendum calendar right now. In March, we hope to develop some market testing for a potential referendum. May and June is the key here because we need passage of a preliminary resolution by the Board of County Commissioners. We need to mail some letters to the Joint Legislative Committee. We need to do some technical things to get this whole process of getting a referendum on the ballot done sooner rather than later. I won't go through all the bullets in June and July, but you can read those there, or you can read them on your copy that you have. August, Local Government Commission approves application. Again, some other key things to get this process going. September, Board of Elections makes absentee ballots available. October is the last day for registration. November, we have the referendum and canvassing for the returns by the Board of Elections. Hopefully we'll have a positive referendum result in November, and the December publication of statement of results. And then ultimately we can start applying those GO bond related dollars to DPS capital related projects, DTCC capital related projects, and museum related projects, if you so choose as a board to include all of those 3 areas on a GO bond referendum. Next steps, education and support. Consideration of members for a private bond education group. Some initial public research, initial public responses from the committee, communities considering bond referendums, conduct a voter support survey, and then finalize private bond education group membership sometime this month or early April. I want to try to publish an affidavit for intent in June 22, fundraising by the quote Friends of Bonds or whatever the name is that will become this PAC group in July 2022 through October of 2022. Friends of Bonds or whatever the name of the group is selects a marketing firm to develop overall marketing communication strategy. application to the LGC is a key thing by July of 2022. A bond order introduced to the board in July as well. CIP deliberation next steps. As it relates to the CIP, we're moved away from the GO bond referendum specifically and back to the overall CIP. Coordinate additional meeting times with the board as needed in March and early April. Adopt the 10-year CIP as soon as possible. Once a bond referendum amount is clarified, prepare for survey to test public support, and then finalize the members of the private education. Those are the key things you all need to do related to the total CIP. And with that, I've gone through this really quickly. I'm happy to slow down and answer any questions along with Claudia.
Thank you, Keith. I know that's a lot to digest. I can appreciate the complexities of this. We have scrubbed this a lot, have spent a lot of time as well with our financial advisor and our CFO, and bond counsel has also weighed in. Anytime that you are predicting the cost of projects is tricky because you can't predict market factors such as inflation. 2 years ago, when we updated the CIP, as Keith showed on that slide, we had projected possibly, maybe, I can't remember the number, it was at least 2 cents less for the cost of projects. Because of inflation, market changes, supply chain issues, and then scope changes, it's gone up quite considerably. We're hopeful that from a planning perspective, that the inflationary issues and the supply chain issues will get better. But we've planned for worst case scenario, which is what you should do when you're doing these kinds of analytics. From the tax rate increase, as Keith shared, and we may get our FA to weigh in as well, the rating agencies prefer when you do a referendum that you levy that tax that next fiscal year. And that's the same approach we did for the 2016 bond referendum. Part of the reason the number is a little bit higher is that although we had authorized capacity for Durham Public Schools to move forward with some LOB funded projects, because the timing of it allowed for us to do those on the bond referendum, we've applied it under that umbrella to get even lower rates for that, although it may not be materially different. And so I'll stop there and ask for any questions, and we have quite a few that can weigh in.
And thank you, Claudia and Keith. I know we're feeling like we've just been drinking from a fire hose. I know you are feeling the same. This is a lot. Can we hear from our bond counsel before we start asking questions? I'd like to hear.
From our financial advisor, Doug Carter, do you mind commenting or giving some highlights?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doug. So I guess we'd like to hear, and commissioners may have different questions, like where do we stand with this? This is the first time I've heard, I've been on the board for, this is 14 years, and we've never increased taxes to this rate. And it's, so I'd just like to hear from you. I know that things have increased. Just some input from you.
Okay, Chair, members of the County Commission, thank you. Good afternoon. Well, let me say a couple of things before I get to specifically what you asked, Chair. First and foremost, a CIP plan right now is extremely difficult because, as Claudia said, really good CIP planning goes to the worst side, not the best side. So we're making assumptions that there's going to be considerable inflation. that continues for a considerable period of time. So I think that's a plus from that standpoint, but it does drive up the numbers. Number two, you're in the same boat as everybody else that we're working with on this in terms of how big your CIP is. We do Cabarrus County as one of our clients, just outside of Charlotte, as you know, and they are 200,000 people. And in the next 5 years, they're going to spend $600 million. I don't think anybody would have ever thought of a CIP that big. So that gives you an example of how someone smaller than you is also having to look at a considerable amount of money. The other thing that I think is very important here, and we've talked about it a number of times, and Chair, since you've been on the board a long time, I know you've heard it many times. The county plans well, but it executes based upon what's actually happening, right? A plan is a plan, and what actually happens is what actually happens. And Keith mentioned this earlier, but to say it to you one more time, we don't borrow long-term debt until a facility has been constructed. And so when you see the cash flows that Keith and his folks have looked at in the years that show when these expenditures are going to occur, that's based upon the plan. We'll see what actually happens. And based upon what actually happens, that will have a big impact, is my guess, on when the debt service hits. Durham has enormous growth, as does 5 or 6 other counties in this state along the I-85 corridor, and that isn't likely to go away. And so from a rating perspective, Chair, since you mentioned that, rating agencies prefer a method where you don't get far behind on your needs and have to catch up, and prefer that you stay on point or moving in a direction that says we're fulfilling needs as rapidly as we can. Second, I don't personally see this level of CIP as essentially a negative ding to your credit rating, because I think we'll spend it as it actually occurs and as the facilities occur. I also believe that they look at the ability to pay. How does the county have the ability to find the revenues to do this? Is that revenue need that Keith has laid out for you, is that achievable in a specific issuance entity like the County of Durham? And so from my point of view, I don't see the size of the CIP over the 10 years as per se a negative, because everybody's seeing this. It's not just you. I think the real issue will be how and at what interval do the commissioners look at the revenue needs and fulfill those? And are you in an economy that can support that? Does that help at all?
Yeah, it does. It does. Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, commissioners, questions, comments, concerns? Somebody who wants to get started? Commissioner Burns.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Keith, thank you. Claudia, thank you. Mr. Carter, thank you. That's a lot. I won't say it was a water hose. Some of it was he was moving fast. I do applaud my board for taking some time this weekend. I don't know if y'all saw, I saw Commissioner Carter's questions. I did. So I know she went through it. I know some of Keith got my email of thanks at 2:30 in the morning last night. So I was up looking at this thing. It is a lot. It is not missed on me that the 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, we were at the school board and there was a chart that Mr. LeSueur put up, and we saw over 6 or 7 years a 5.3% tax increase. And then, you know, this would be 3.5, and this would not even be a regular tax increase, right? Like that is not missed on me. I often ask people who are asking for these tax increases, do you know how much a gallon of milk is? Do you know what your tax rate is, and what is your property tax, and do you know what the property tax is on your car? And you get a varying range of answers, you know, from people, because $70 makes or breaks a household. I really don't think some people get that. In Durham, that will make and break a household. There are a few of the projects on here. I know I'm not by myself in this one. I have concerns because we don't know as much about them, right? There's some of these projects we've had 3 or 4 presentations on. There are other projects we have not had a single presentation on. And that gives me, that not on y'all, you know, and not that the board hasn't done it. Many of us sit on different boards, right? Like we sit on different boards, and so we saw the request and we've seen that presentation 2 or 3 times, and then another board member might not have seen it at all. So that doesn't mean that staff hasn't done their due diligence. Some of these boards haven't. But what I'm most interested in for each of my board members is, you know, being able to talk to you all about your concerns and what you might feel absolutely saying yes to, and what you might absolutely be comfortable saying no to. And while I can appreciate the comparison to Cabarrus is about to be a bedroom community in Mecklenburg County, right? Like that is not missed on me. So their property tax is gonna go up because they're gonna have a whole bunch of houses bought. So that 200,000 number won't be, I imagine their population is gonna explode. I don't want us to do as much comparison. We had somebody a couple of weeks ago to just haphazardly say, well, we needed to do $1 billion bond because that's what Greensboro's doing. Greensboro's doing $1 billion bond because they passed 5 or 6 bonds have failed. And they also have 200,000 more people than we do, right? So I really, when people are throwing these things at us, I really want us to do the research and take some context into it. And I think the other thing I'll throw out there, you know, Manager Hager, you mentioned it. It was the biggest one for me. I'm wondering, you know, we're going to get past this. We will get past this pandemic. I'm naming it that we will get past it. So I do know that like this 3.5 is a reflection of the fact that there's inflation. The first thing he said to us, Director Lane said to us was, he said, every meeting you all have people asking you all, not just for new things, but additional money for things you've already improved. So can somebody who is an economist, who knows way more about me than this, can you pretend to project to me some hope that, you know, we will see outside that 375% increase in steel and wood is in 5 years, are we going to see a decrease of it at 200%? And I say all that to say, you know, we got to grow trees, right? Did y'all hear about what happened in 2020 in Virginia? They didn't have no Christmas trees. You know why they didn't have no Christmas trees? Because there was the economic downturn in 2008-9, nobody planted any, so they was at a deficit. So I do recognize, I don't know, we might not have trees in 10 years and can't build houses, but I don't want that, but there's got to be something more hopeful than this, because what I don't want, we cannot tax the constituents that put us here out of here. That's all I'm saying. And there have been, I'll say this, and I want y'all to go back to my question. There are a lot of projects that people bring to me every single day that they want this board to take on. And I tell them no, because I know that we have needs. Like there are certain things on here we have to do. Like for me, and I really am about to be done, Commissioner Howard. In money, Wake County builds a new building for their community college like every year. I think we've built one in 15 years, right? So that's something, while we haven't had a million presentations on it, that's an investment I want to make, especially since we're bringing all these jobs. And I see the synergy where we might need a facility, a biopharma to take in some of that. So there's some rationale for some of these projects. I'm just not seeing it for all of them. And and I know that there's a need. So if y'all are telling some people yes to some things, I hope that we can all come to some consensus of saying yes to what makes sense and no to what doesn't make sense at all, and no to who doesn't have the capacity to even build the stuff that they're asking for. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Keith, can I ask you a quick question here? I'm sorry.
He didn't answer mine. I know there was a question in there.
There was a question in that.
It was. I was like,
I didn't get the question. What was the question in that?
Claudia mentioned it a little bit where it was the last time y'all did this, that it went down at least 2%, right? Because the inflation wasn't as bad as we thought. I mean, does anybody think that that can happen again? Like, that is where I am.
Well, I will say, when we did the bond referendum in 2016, it was for about $187 million. We originally thought we projected a need closer to we projected a need higher than we actually ended up levying, because our the revenues were higher than projected. And so we didn't need to raise it as much. I think we started out as 3 and it was closer to 2.5 or something to that nature. It is our approach to always be as tactical as possible. These projects are anchored on master facility plans, the majority of them. Some of them that may be less familiar, at least for county departments, we can see when they were formally presented or when it was elevated as a priority. The document, if you were to look again, if one was to compare the CIP that was adopted a couple of years ago to now, much of the variance is inflation, and there has been some scope changes too. So the question becomes, as we move through the process, how do we refine the numbers? And we're again hopeful that once the bids go out, the prices will come down, but we're just not in that place right now. This is just tough, and there is some pent-up needs right now. So
does that get your question answered, Commissioner Burns?
I'm fine, Madam Chair.
Thank you. My question for you, Keith, what I was indicating is, I think this conversation needs more time on our agenda. I think there are a lot more questions that commissioners have. What is our timeline here for approval? And I think were you intending for us to approve this on Monday night?
No, ma'am.
No.
This is not unlike Claudia, this is not unlike the budget process where you're presented with a recommended CIP. You had an official presentation by management today, and now you can have a full dedicated work session. You can talk about it as many times as you want. There is no timeline necessarily related to this. Like, you have to pass an annual budget by July the 1st, but the CIP can sort of be passed anytime. I mean, I think Claudia, and I don't want to speak for management and the manager, but I would think sometime in April, no later than early May, because then you're just intertwining, talking about the CIP and the annual budget all at the same time. But you have time. You all just have to tell, I think, the manager how many times and how much time you're willing to set aside to dive into all this.
Great. Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, Commissioner Howard. And there's one major step that will happen as far as process. Right now we are proposing a referendum in the range of 500 million, 560 million.
550.
Okay, 550. And there's a step when we go out to the residents to determine if that's an amount they would be willing to support. And so that market analysis is something that I think would help you in your decision-making process as well. And so that's a step, but as Keith shared, this is a starting point. And we did have that, I know there were many slides, but there was one that sort of talked about a calendar and refining dates to talk about projects so that we can walk through them. In the outlying years, and what we did the last time, we really focused on the first 4 years, because as you go out in the years beyond, there's so many different variables. And so if I were to advise, I would suggest that you, in prioritizing, look at the first 4 or 5 years and engage from there. We do in that time period talk about, we'll recommend another referendum. One of the components that we've talked with our FA about is how do we get on a cycle with referendums so that the number is not so high. So it's a challenge. Keith attributes that shovel ready in his conversation to me a lot, because until those projects are bid out, it is just a theory of what it may cost, and you're at the mercy of what those prices come in. So we like for those to be really close to when we have the referendum. And so, but we can plan next steps with conversations, even try to build in a special meeting so that we can have some.
So Commissioner Burns talked about an economist, and I'm sure that if that's something that she'd like to hear from, I'm sure staff could make that happen. But what I'd like to hear from the board, what's your preference for bringing this back at another conversation? If you want to let me know what it is that you prefer. What's your temperature here?
Well, I think Doug's an economist. I do want to say that first. Doug, are you an economist? Yeah, I didn't want to throw him under the bus like that.
I am not.
I was about to say before, because some people looked at me, that was not a request I was making. I just want to throw that out there, but I'll let them.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Jacobs, you had something?
Yes, well, thank you. And I really want to applaud Keith and the budget team for just really giving us an incredible amount of information. And thank you, Interim Manager Hager and Doug as well, everyone working on this. I agree, Madam Chair, that I don't feel ready to make any decisions. I have a lot of questions, and I think a special meeting in the future would be really good. Some of my questions that I think, Keith has raised a lot of questions in his report to us. I think we need to understand a lot of factors. One of them is really, we know we all support maintaining Durham Public Schools and the building of new schools. There is no doubt that our board supports it, the community supports it. That's evident from the community survey. But we have to really understand what is actually implementable. And we need to have information about what can actually be executed, because we cannot go out and do a bond and then raise taxes on people when we know that money just unfortunately can't be spent. So we've got to understand what the true capabilities are. I think there are questions about what's going on with Northern High School, which is the majority, I guess 84 million out of the 103 million of the lobs. And it's also within the current context of what is going on in the world economy. I know we're coming out of COVID, but we're also in the middle of the biggest disruption in our world economy since World War II. We have rising fuel costs. Gas prices are the highest right now than they have been since 2008. We unfortunately don't know what the future holds for, again, supply chain and costs. So this is something else we need to get a handle on. The other thing I really would like to get a handle on is the prioritization of everyone's projects, from county to the schools to Durham Tech. I really feel like, and I'm just going to be blunt here, when I looked at this latest version, I felt like this was everybody's wish list of, like pie in the sky. This is what we want. There are things in here that just we've never seen before. You know, $20 million for a stadium parking deck. I've never heard anything about it. I really want to see revised numbers for the Board of Elections, because from what they put forward for a possibility is a lot less than that. Broadband, can we use the ARPA money for that? I think there's still a lot of work that can go into vetting this CIP. And so those are just, you know, some of my concerns that I will put out there. And let me just see what else, any other questions I wanted to raise. Yeah, I think we're just, you know, those are just some of my questions, and that, you know, as we kind of dig deeper into this. Thank you.
Commissioner Carter? And Commissioner Lum, if you have any questions. Go ahead.
Thanks, everybody. I agree with much of what has already been said by Commissioner Burns and Commissioner Jacobs. I will just add a little to that. Keith did raise concern about the capacity of DPS to spend the money on time. I want us to get a response to that, you know, from Durham Public Schools, and so that we fully understand, you know, what the capability is, what will it take to spend it on time, you know, if there isn't current capacity, as well as the capacity of our own team, and the Museum of Life and Science and Durham Tech, you know, to spend anything that's being requested there as well, since that really does seem to be one key element of the recommendations that come to us from you all is, you know, capacity to get these projects shovel ready and get them done. So I'd like to hear a response from those making the requests about that. I was really happy to see 2 referendums recommended in this CIP. I think that that's really also responding to what we've heard, that it's important to get on a schedule for that rather than have pent up need, which is partly what we're dealing with now, I think. I'm also interested in some sort of crosswalk with ARPA funding eligibility to see if any of these things could be offloaded to ARPA, if that would make sense even. And we have gotten a number of emails requesting a line item in the bond for green infrastructure. Mostly it's been in relation to the schools. In general, I know we have the renewable energy plan line item, excellent. And maybe that's enough. But I think it could be really useful and helpful both to us and the community to see more specifically what plans we have for building green, you know, green infrastructure and responding to climate change in all the ways that we are. And some of these things, they may all be in the renewable energy line item, I'm just not sure. Or are some of them scattered throughout in general services, in the HVAC section, or in the roofing section, or in other places? So if there would be some way to delineate that, I personally would be interested in that. And then just getting more information, especially on projects we have not really heard much about. Maybe there's a really great reason to have the parking lot at the stadium, but you know, that doesn't feel like a priority to me. But that doesn't mean it's not a priority. I just haven't heard about it. So I do think we need more time. And this is a fantastic start. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Something for you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Houghton. Thank you so much, Interim Manager Hager and Director Keith. Listening to your presentation makes me so grateful that we have amazing staff like y'all who are able to do look into all of the nooks and crannies of passing a bond and looking at paying it from this way, paying it from this way. And yes, just very amazed and appreciative of that. I had 2 questions that have kind of been addressed, but diving deeper into them, I'll start with the first that Commissioner Carter just mentioned with the green bond, the emails that we've been receiving. I would love to hear from DPS to see from the bond request that they put in for the county, in what ways in that request have they already been considering green initiatives to see, does it reach that $40 million already into the request that they're sending us? I think that would be really helpful. And then also to Commissioner Burns's question that she was asking of trying to figure out us as a board prioritizing, what areas of the bond do we think we can be flexible on? I would love to see if this is possible. I don't know how feasible it is and how much of a time commitment, the cost of not funding some of these projects, so that when we're making that analysis, when we're doing that prioritization, and some of that will be quantitative, some of it will be qualitative, like if we're talking about the schools, if we don't invest a full bond for the schools, the infrastructure crumbling, that is going to be a more qualitative cost to our students and to our teachers. But if there's a way we can like make a list for Durham Tech, the Life and Science Museum, DPS, addressing that would be really helpful for me, at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Alam. So I think it looks like, Keith, do you need any other questions? It sounds like the board would like more information on certain areas. Some things to the cost of funding, the analysis of project delivery, and quite a few other things that they mentioned. So can we, you come back to us and get more questions answered for the board?
We'll circle back with budget staff who's been listening in. I will review our notes, and then I will sum up those notes and send them back to you all to make sure I've captured that we've captured all the questions. And then when I get approval from you all that we got all the questions and you'll probably want to add a few more, then yes, we will go back and get answers as best we can and provide you a compendium document at some point, and maybe the next discussion about the CIP itself. Does that work for everyone?
That works. And thank you so much, Keith, Claudia, all of your staff that has worked on this, because this is incredible work that you've been doing, and we really, truly appreciate it. And having to go back and answer more questions.
That's the process.
I had one quick question, Commissioner Chair Houghton. It's quick. And because I don't want people to think, that we have ignored, well, not we, because two people did mention it, that I have ignored the emails, but I do want to, our staff is already overburdened, and we know that when this time of year comes around, people come and ask us for a lot of different stuff. I, along with my colleagues, have taken the time to go through the green energy bond emails. I'm not calling it a form email. There are many of the people who wrote them that actually called it a form email. So I'm going to use the language that was given to us. My concern is, and I'm going to read a sentence, please show the young people of Durham County that we really do care about it, support a $40 million green energy bond for schools, right? So they're like, over and over again, it says support a green energy bond, support a 40 million green energy for schools, for schools bond to be included as a separate line item. So Commissioner Carter was right there in the upcoming 2022 bond. This bond would fund energy efficient improvements and renewable energy projects for our Durham public schools. Okay. That sentence is said over and over and over again. Our staff, the presentation that he just gave us was based on the fact that staff has gone back, gotten proposals, looked at taxes, done quantitative analysis, looked at bond. I don't know, and maybe one of my commissioners can help me. I have no idea what the request for $40 million is, right? It says this bond would fund energy efficient improvements and renewable energy projects for our Durham public schools. I know what renewable energy projects are. God bless you, Tobin, and a lot of folks who've set me down, talk about the BOCC program. But what I don't want us to do is be very knee-jerk because we got 200 emails asking for $40 million. The same way we asked today, Commissioner Carter, you had a great question. You said, what's the rationale for the light rail? Commissioner Jacobs, you asked the same thing. We haven't seen rationale. I'm not saying there's no, literally, we just got 200 emails that said $40 million, and now we've let it bubble up. So I do appreciate the sentiment from the community, but if somebody were to ask any of us for $40 million and not tell us what it was for, we would have questions. So I do agree with Commissioner Carter. I would love to see that, have some of our previous investments actually met that. I know that there's solar panels that Durham Public Schools is working on, but I do want us, the same questions that we had for Claudia just now that we had for somebody else earlier. When people come to you all with this request, I would quite frankly just say, can we respectfully ask them what we've asked every other department? What is the $40 million for? Because we haven't gotten that in any of these emails. And if somebody does have an attachment they can share with me, I will stand corrected and apologize to the public, but I haven't seen it.
Okay, and this may be already included, Commissioner Burns, in some of the work that we're doing with Tobin, but we are going to have to move on. We've got one more item on the agenda. Again, thanks to all of our budget staff and team and Interim Manager Hager, and we will look for another questions and set up and look forward to another date to do more discussion around this. Our next item, commissioners, is, I see Dwayne. We have 22-0147, our tax administration reeval. The board is requested to receive a presentation on the current market statistics and information regarding how current market statistics may impact the timing of Durham County's next countywide reval. I'll turn it over to you, Dwayne.
Good afternoon. I'm glad to be here this afternoon. Dwayne Brinson, the Durham County Tax Administrator. Have a presentation to provide to the board regarding current market statistics and, as the chair mentioned, how it may impact the next scheduled reappraisal. Got a couple of staff members here with me. Mr. Starlin Beatty, he is the Deputy Assessor of Real Property, and Mr. Kiar Doyle, he's the Division Manager of Real Property. I believe, Monica, you have control of the slides.
I do. Give me 1 second. I wasn't sure if I was going to run it or if you were, but give me 1 minute and I'll have it up.
Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. All right, oh, there it is. I'm just going to go ahead and start talking. All right, let's go into the next slide, the second slide, please, Monica. All right, so a lot of this information is information that the board has seen before, and I'm going to go through it as quickly and thoroughly as possible. What is reappraisal and why do we have to do it? Well, first of all, it's required by law. All counties in North Carolina have to do one at least once every 8 years. And you can advance that cycle, but it has to be done at least once every 8 years. And keep in mind that the reappraisal itself is independent of budget. It is designed to not be a revenue generator. There's this concept of revenue neutrality, which came about probably 10 or 15 years ago. And basically what that does for the public's benefit is if the tax base for the last few years has been growing at an average of about 3%, and you conduct a reappraisal and the tax base increases by 40%, the revenue neutral rate says that's the tax rate that becomes basically your base tax rate, and it adjusts for that exponential increase in valuation. So in order to generate another 3%, the tax rate to generate that, now that your tax base is going 40%, would be much lower than the previous year. So there's a concept of revenue neutrality with every revaluation, and the board is not required to adopt the revenue neutral rate. I want to be clear about that, but it does have to be published as part of the budget process in the revaluation year. Now, the biggest responsibility with the revaluation is to bring properties up or down to 100% of market value. It's to equalize the tax base. You have properties, they appreciate or depreciate at different rates. And the goal of doing, the tax office's goal of doing a reappraisal is to bring everything on an equal playing field, up or down to market value. Now in 2017, about mid-2017, the Department of Revenue published new reappraisal standards. Now those standards basically start about 3 years out from the reappraisal, And we been through these. In orange, we were scheduled for a 21 reappraisal. We did a 17, and we were scheduled for a 21 as well when I was there. So we were the 21 reappraisal counties were the first counties that went through these standards. So I'm familiar with that, and I'll discuss that in just a few more slides as well. Next slide, please. Historical reappraisals in Durham County. I just went back to the last few. There was a reappraisal conducted January 1st of 2008, January 1st of 2016, January 1st of 2019. And at that point, the board had a desire, from my understanding, to go to a 4-year reappraisal cycle, which is why the January 1st, 23 reappraisal was scheduled. Now, by board vote about a year ago, a little bit over a year ago, the 23 reappraisal was delayed until 26, January 1st to 26 on my recommendation. Now, there were a few reasons for that. A couple of them, well, COVID-19 was out there. We weren't sure what that was going to do. And I always say that there is a science to a revaluation in determining market values. There's also an art to it, meaning getting out into the community and educating the public, preparing the public. And with COVID-19, there were a lot of complications with that. We also had a cyber attack, March 6th of 2020. And I actually do remember that date. That set us back. Everything shut down. That set us back with field work. And we're almost caught back up to normal. But I think that was damaging to our operations. Next slide, please. Now, the big one at that time was the tax software conversion. Now, I know 2 or 3 years before I even joined Durham County, I know this was a need. I know this was being talked about. As we mentioned in the CIP update, you know, the financial system, the HR system, it's about 20 years old. And so was the tax system, right? So at the February 8th meeting about a year ago, we contracted with Farragut Systems, which is, I believe, owned by, the software is owned by NCACC, and the vendor is Farragut Systems. So it's a nice joint project there. Now, we divided that conversion project into 2 modules, basically the real estate module and the billing and collection module, just so that we could hopefully get this thing done on time. And it's going pretty smoothly for a large scale conversion like this. It's going pretty smoothly. We're scheduled to go live in just a few weeks, a couple months with billing and collections. But, you know, this was the tax software conversion. It's one of those things where there's never a good time to do it. And, you know, I think it was a good business decision to do this. So now that the tax software that we have now, it was impacting not only tax, but a couple of other departments, a few other departments. So it's the right decision to upgrade the tax software, and, you know, the right decision also to delay it to allow us to do this. Next slide, please. Now, another big one that's kind of hindsight. I've got Mr. Beatty on the line here, and he came in my office last week, and we're planning out the reappraisal. And I said, "Now, you're not going to mind if I'm heavily involved in the reappraisal, are you? Because when I've done reappraisals before, I am in it." And I was in it with, we've been qualifying sales. I was in it with them during that. So I really get into this revaluation, getting out of the community and also the science part of it. Now, that being said, if we were scheduled for a 23 reappraisal, yeah, I'm looking at our tax relief efforts, and I'm not sure how many hours Manager Hager and I logged on the tax relief effort, but it was quite a few. And I'm glad that we are where we are with the LIHR program. But over the last couple of years, we've, you know, had many meetings with the coalition, reviewed the papers, drafted our own white papers, worked with the city. We came up with an alternative program, the long-time homeowner deferral program, which was only in existence for a year, didn't have much participation in that. But it ultimately led us to the low-income homeowner relief program that is administered through DSS. And, you know, I remember the budget retreats maybe last year, but I know we talked about the revaluation and the desire to protect the lower valued properties and the low income population. The people that have been in Durham and have just seen escalating property values through the reappraisals. And having the LIHR program out there, it does that. So I'm glad that we are where we are with that. Next slide, please. I'll spend a little time on this slide here. It's probably the heaviest one in the presentation. I've got another one on commercial property, but as I'll explain in just a minute, commercial stats aren't really as relevant as the residential, just because the analysis part of it's a little different. Now the residential stats, I'm going to start at the far right. Overall for residential properties, the median sales ratio basically tells you what percentage tax assessments reflect of current market sales. All right, so a sale of $100,000 today, if it had a sales ratio of 0.72, which is what the population is here, then it means that the tax assessment would be $72,000 on that $100,000 sale. So the population of residential properties, everything that sold, all 7,800 sales in 2021, the median sales ratio was 0.72. Now the coefficient of dispersion, the COD, it's 18.67. Now the standard for that in a revaluation is, depending on the type of property, it's about 15 to 20. So even 3 years out from a reappraisal, the COD still looks good. The COD basically tells you how tight those sales are. Now, if you break it down, what I've done here in the chart, I've got categories, ranges for assessed values. I've got below 100, and then you can see how it progresses. And actually, we do have a great deal of properties with an assessment below $100,000. On the second column there is the median sales ratio for that assessed valuation group. The third column, the count, is a box independent that shows how many properties within that value group sold in 2021. So out of the the residential sales is 7,588 sales. I'll take that first row as an example. You had 473 sales below $100,000 in 2021. And then the last column is a cumulative percentage, so that you can see, and I'll take an example. You've got approximately 2/3, 68% of properties below 300,000 in assessed value that contributed to the population of sales in 2021. And if you look at the sales ratio, you can see to what extent that value range, that ratio is of market value. The properties below $100,000, the sales ratio is 0.61%. And as you go up in value, the sales ratio generally increases, which means that the higher valued properties are paying their sales ratio is higher. The assessed value is closer to market value than the lower valued properties. Next slide, please. And again, commercial property, I've got the same numbers, well, not the same numbers, but the same analysis up here. Now the commercial properties, it's a little different. With commercial, you tend to take much more of a regional approach and even a multi-year approach, because it's not every year that you have a mall sale in your county. So you have to look out regionally, even beyond your state, honestly, sometimes. But you can see here, I've got assessed values. The ranges are a little different, but I've got the assessed values, I've got the median sales ratio, the count, and the cumulative percentage, just like I did for residential property. And you can kind of see how the commercial property shapes up as well. Next slide, please. I'm transitioning here from talking about assessed values to sales prices. And you can see the 2021 real estate market was absolutely crazy. And I think we've all seen this. We've seen properties selling for $100,000 over asking price, days on the market. It was just something that in my 21 years, I had never seen before, nothing like this. And you can, so I've got 2018 to 2021 on here. And you can see how the blue line is the average sales price. That has increased quite substantially, especially from 2020 to 2021. And the orange line is the median sales price. Now, just as a reminder, the median is literally the midpoint of the data set. So it is not affected by your extreme valuations. It doesn't matter if that top number is 1 million or 100 million. If it's a top number, it's not going to affect the median ratio. Whereas the average, as you can see by the chart here, the average sales price is affected by those extremes. So in assessment, just about everything with appraisal, we tend to use median because we don't want it to weight those extremes. Next slide, please. Okay, so the reappraisal standards, I mentioned that at the beginning of this presentation. This assumes, and I believe I showed this in the fall as well. This schedule assumes a 2025 reappraisal. We're currently scheduled for a 26. This assumes a hypothetical 25 reappraisal. Now, what I wanted to do was present all reasonable options to the board. We talked about, and I've got Mr. Beatty, Mr. Doyle here on the screen. We talked about the possibility of doing a 24 reappraisal, the option of doing that. And at this point, we're not even live with the new tax software. And I expressed to them, as much as I would want to do one, I don't think we could logistically, because I'd be looking at, if we did a 24 about this time, about 16 months from now, and I'd have to take the schedule of values to the board. And we're not even live with the new tax system at this point. So I've assumed a 2025 reappraisal here, as that would be the only option to advance, we feel like. Now, as part of the standards, and this is actually statute here, but when the year-end ratio drops below 0.85, so it's not the quarterly random samples, it's not that. When the year-end sales ratio drops below 0.85, then there is a clause in statute that requires a mandatory advancement. Basically says at year end, if your sales ratio is below 0.85, then you have to do a reappraisal in 3 years. It doesn't say you have to do one tomorrow, doesn't say you have to do one next year, it just says you need to start the process because you assume that gradual decline in sales ratio. And they're saying if you get 0.85, you need to go and start. And we are below 0.85 at year end. So I believe that, we haven't received the notification yet. And I think a lot of counties are going to be just like us because of the 2021 real estate market. And I do believe that we will trigger that mandatory advancement clause and we'll have to do one January 1 of 25, which is fine with us. As long as we've always been fine with, as long as the software is up and running, we're good. Now, what the schedule looks like for a 25 reappraisal, and this is just the front-loaded standards, it's not our actual internal process. We have to do a random sample of 1% of properties in the county. We start that time period is January 15th of 22. And we have to conclude that and submit those results to the Department of Revenue by September 1st. And basically what you do, those 1,000 properties that we would have as part of our 1%, we would go out to those properties, the appraisers would go out to those properties, they would check the square footage, they would check the grade, they would check the exterior siding, and just see how accurate our current records are. We've also drafted a letter that we're going to send to the residents. We don't want to just show up at the property. So we drafted a letter to the residents that will be part of this 1%. Let them know what's happening. Let them know it's a form of quality control, that we're starting the reevaluation process, but basically no consequences will come of it. Now, after that, the Department of Revenue, based on the level of quality of the records, the Department of Revenue would recommend a type of reappraisal that they think we should do, whether that is a desktop, whether it's a drive-by reappraisal, or whether it's a full list and measure. I'll remind the board that the county just did a full list and measure for the 19 reappraisal, so I think we're okay. But they would recommend a type of reappraisal that we have to do, or that we should do. And from there, we draft a reappraisal plan, which I already have a draft ready. I'm just waiting on the results of the sample and waiting on the recommendation of DOR. And then from there, the internal reappraisal work begins. Basically, the land pricing, improvement pricing, sales, there's about 8 or 9 different big ticket items that we do internally to execute the reappraisal. So where I am now, I think that's it. Monica, is there, I think that's the last slide. Yeah, so where I am now, I'm planning to come back to the board at the next regular session meeting with a proposal to move the revaluation from January 1, 26 to January 1 of 25 because of where our statistics line up. I think we've already started the preliminary work internally. We have the sample selected. We have the letter drafted, which we had the letter drafted for the 23 before we delayed that. So, internally we're fine. We expect to go live with the software in the coming month, maybe 2 months. I think we'll be fine. So that's my plan, is to come back to the next regular session for the board with that recommendation. Madam Chair, that's all I have, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Dwayne, so much. I have one question. The numbers, you talked mostly about the sale of property. I can't remember what number that slide was. The numbers were mostly about selling properties. Do you remember which slide it was?
It's like maybe slides, you're talking about the chart that I had, slide 6.
Yes.
Monica, can you pull that back up?
Pull that back up for a second. That one, yes. So this is talking about when the citizens selling their properties. Is that correct?
These are the properties that sold in 2021. Everyone that sold a property in 2021. That's correct.
Okay, so that doesn't include someone that's not selling their properties.
That's right.
If I'm not selling my property, this doesn't include that.
Yeah, this is only properties that transferred hands in 2021. And I think, the assumption that you would make is that, you look at these price ranges, and when we actually do the revaluation, it's by neighborhood, right? So you look at comparable sales within the same neighborhood, and that's how any appraiser looks at it, whether it's a bank appraiser or our appraisers. You look at neighborhoods, you look at the most comparable sales, and you form an estimate of value based on what's happening in your neighborhood. But to do that, we look at the comparable sales. So, not every property in the county sells recently. So we use a fraction of sales to determine a large population of. That's one of the challenges of mass appraisal. We're going to have a few thousand sales that are going to tell us the value of 125,000 parcels.
So you would get the comps on what the other properties would the tax value.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you. Thank you so much for that report and all of your team that's on. Commissioners, questions or comments? Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Dwayne. And I'd also like to thank Mr. Doyle and Mr. Beatty, who are here with us on the screen, for all the work that I know you all are doing to provide such a excellent presentation for us and to help us understand where we are with the revaluation options, really. And in particular, that slide that Chair Howerton was asking about, it seems like that's the critical slide where we have that sales ratio and the coefficient of dispersion. And one question I have is, since we're below the 0.85 countywide, and that means we have to do a reval within 3 years. Does that mean it has to be completed within 3 years? Or we have to start within 3 years? It
has to be effective within 3 years. So we have to complete it. We have to do a revaluation by January 1st, 25.
And you all basically are starting to work on that already, is what you're telling us. Is that correct too? Yeah.
You know what?
I see a lot of it.
I heard the board discussion in the fall, and we hit the ground running. Once we saw the way the stats were going at the end of the year, now is too late to just get started. I mean, you saw that the standards say we should start January 15th, and knowing that this may be I hate to say it's an option, but it may be our option to go with the 25 instead of the 26. I wanted to go ahead and have everything going. So we have the random sample selected. We have the letter drafted. We just didn't want to do anything until we had the formal approval of the board. We don't want to send letters to the residents saying, hey, we're doing the 25, and we're not actually approved to do the 25 yet.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm glad we're going to be able to move it up a year to 2025. I hear you that it doesn't seem feasible to do it in 2024. I wish we could. I think that we're losing a lot of tax, value and in turn tax dollars, especially from those at the higher end, even so, yeah. I feel like, and we're undervaluing the $1 million house, and we could be getting more of that tax dollars into our coffers for all of the needs that we have. Of course, it also means those who are lower income will also be paying more taxes. But overall, the value is probably greater in those upper end categories, I fear. So we're ready to equalize. I'll be glad we can do it as soon as we can. I hear you guys are working as hard as you can. The software is about to be up and running. I'm very grateful to you for the work that you're doing and for helping us understand where we are with this. Thank you.
And I'll mention very quickly that it used to be, I know Starlin's done a number of reappraisals as well. It used to be, before the standards came out from DOR, that you would target starting a reval about 2 years from the time you wanted to take effect. But now with the reappraisal standards that were promulgated by DOR, that first year, it's all for the new standards. You saw the schedule I just had up, but the random sample didn't used to exist. The reappraisal plan to DOR didn't used to exist. So it used to be you could do one in about 2 years, but now if you want to do all the standards that are recommended by DOR, it's a full 3-year process.
I see. Okay.
I'm chuckling because Dwayne, I'm looking at Mr. Beatty, Mr. Joel, and they, for staff to be excited about doing doing appraisals, it's just funny.
Well, a reappraisal, that is being an appraiser. And I don't want to downplay what we do in a non-reappraisal year, because you're still evaluating appeals, you're still measuring new construction, but the revaluation process, that is being an assessor and being an appraiser. So we enjoy stepping into those shoes in a large scale like this.
Thank you. Anything for either of you, Mr. Beatty, Mr. Doyle, and then I'll get the rest of the commissioners. Anything that you would like to say? Yes, Mr. Beatty.
I would just like to say that the fear that used to overwhelm people that, oh my God, you're going to raise people's taxes. Well, the revenue neutral requirement kind of made sure that you didn't raise taxes, you just equalized the taxes, and you didn't make it so that our current rate at 125 got a 40% boost and you don't have to do anything with it. So you can't do that anymore. So those fears are over. If our budget is $100, well, we lower the rate to get to just $100. So the revenue neutral cleans up the fear that, oh my God, I'm going to be taxed out of my house just because my value increased. It's not like that. So that is one of the things that we try to get over to the public. Just because your valuation has increased by 50% doesn't mean your taxes increased by 50%. And so that's an understanding that we want to make sure we get out to the public, so that cry for the commissioners' heads don't come up. And I just wanted to say that to bring some of that old stuff. I'm older than these other two guys, so I've seen it all. And we relish doing revaluations because our jobs are really to equalize that tax base so that no one is being overtaxed. Now, whether you're being undertaxed, you're just lucky, so, but we want to make sure that no one is overassessed due to the slackness or the lack of quality of our work. So we start early. And in our minds, since I've been here, I've been doing the next revaluation since I've been here for 3 years. So that's where I focus on. So that is my main goal. That is what I like doing. That's what I enjoy doing. That's what I've been trained to do. And I think that this office is going to do really well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Anything, Mr. Dole?
Well, I'd like to just say that we can't wait to get rolling. It's one thing to watch these sales and not be able to capitalize on them. We're still technically held to January 1, 2019. So it's always in our best interest to get to the next reappraisal. So we completely understand how you all feel, feeling like we're losing some of this money. But in actuality, it's just a matter of being able to, like they said before, take advantage of equalizing. So the reappraisal is something that we're dying to get to, and we can't wait to get the software in a place where we can take advantage.
Great, great. Thank you. Thank you. I think I saw Commissioner Jacobs' hand and Commissioner Burns. Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you for all of your work on this. It's great to hear that Mr. Doyle and Mr. Beatty, how excited you are about your work. I'm hoping that the investment that we have made in the new software, and then something that is on our consent agenda today, which is about helping people in the field when you're doing folks who are out there doing the on the ground work, instead of using paper, being able to do that digitally, I think is great too. And I know that one of the things that we've been proud about with the last reappraisal in 2019 was making sure that we had the comps right there for homeowners, so they could go in and look at where was the value coming from, and it really made their appeal process easier. So I guess one of my questions will be from you all understanding any changes that you foresee with the new technology that will benefit homeowners. So that's one question. My other question is that how do you, it's interesting because if we're looking at doing a bond, the bond will be in 2023. And I'm just trying to think about what the interaction might be. I guess we won't do this reappraisal until 2025. So I'm trying to think about the impact of the tax increases. So I think I just answered my question on that, darn. But also just the importance of the tax relief programs that we have in place now, and hopefully that will help residents when we do the reval. The data that you showed us, Dwayne, about the sales was really interesting because it showed that a majority, about 6,000 out of the 7,500, were in the $100,000 to $400,000 range. But the commercial properties, the median sales ratio actually was very different than the residential. If you could pull that up again, because it showed that we're actually undervaluing a lot of our more expensive commercial properties, right?
And Monica, that is slide 7, if you want to pull that up. So the median ratio for residential was 0.72, the population, all 7588 sales, and the median sales ratio for commercial, the 210 sales, it's you got to consider that as well, is 0.67. So it's a little different. The commercial properties are a little lower, but as I mentioned before, the value in commercial properties, it's a little different than residential properties. But if you look at the above $1 million of commercial property sales, those properties that sold that are above $1 million, they're right at the median, 0.66, and it follows a similar pattern as the residential. Your lower value commercial sales below 250, well, they have the lowest sales ratio. And then, well, it goes up through a range, and then it kind of, drops back down a little bit, but it's somewhat similar pattern to the residential properties. And just for comparison, Monica, can you flip back to the slide 6 for residential? One more. There you go. Yeah, so 67 versus 72. And you can see it kind of has that same trend from bottom to top.
And I think also you had shared with us, Dwayne, that we do have a good ratio of 60% of our property tax base being from residential and about 40 from commercial industrial. So, so that's good.
That's the gold standard, so what you learn in economic development and all that. And Vice Chair Jacobs, I'd like to answer one of your very first questions about the community and what we're going to do for that. I want to mention that when we did the 2017 revaluation in Orange, which is the most recent one that I've done, we actually had an award-winning program where we trained the public to basically be an appraiser. I came up with an interactive quiz. This is probably still on the Orange County YouTube channel, but we developed some kind of video series. I forget what we called it, but 3 different videos where we talked about what a revaluation is. And then the way I framed it was the last video is how to present a successful appeal, which seems like oxymoron coming from the tax administrator. Like, why would you want to do that? But if we've got something wrong, then we want to correct it. If the homeowner sees something wrong in their property, if they have sales that we haven't seen, this is a partnership. It isn't something that we do. This is a partnership with our community. So we're going to do everything we can to have those comps in their hand, as you mentioned, in addition to training them how to be an appraiser almost, because we need their help.
And Dwayne, you mentioned a letter. When do you anticipate a letter going out to residents, and what type of information are you going to include in that? Because I think that's another educational opportunity.
Absolutely. Every piece of mailing that we're going to do, if we change the reval schedule to 25, every mailing that we do, it's going to talk about, hey, did you know there's a 2025 reappraisal? It's not going to be an excuse for anybody not to know. As far as the letter, it's just a letter notifying them that we got to go to their property for an effort of quality control as we go into the next reappraisal. It's not going to contain any information. The information is going to come from the field appraiser. He or she is going to go out to the property, measure it to make sure the square footage is right, look at the grade that we have on the property. There's going to be probably a dozen different factors that the appraiser is going to look at. And then at the end, once we have all 1,000 properties from this 1% random sample, we send that into DOR and they give us a report back that says, okay, based on your square footage, you're 95% accurate. Based on your subjective measures, you're 90% accurate. It gives us different gradings for the different criteria.
Thank you, Dwayne.
Absolutely.
Oh. So we've got about 10 minutes. If there are other questions for commissioners, Commissioner Burns, if you and Commissioner Carter, if you have something, we've got about maybe 10 more minutes that we can spend on this, and then we're going to have to end it.
No, this is fine. I want to say, well, Commissioner Oh, y'all could, I leaned back like 1 inch and I disappeared. Okay, so I'm back. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Doyle, don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. Mr. Beatty had to run. Thank you, Mr. Brinson. Commissioner Jacobs did get my first one because I was gonna highlight the consent agenda item, but yeah, as we make investments, I remember the first time we met you, Administrator Brinson, and you did talk to us about making sure you had the resources you needed. And those resources were threefold. Did we have the technology we needed so that you could do your job? Did you have, and I think some of this was with Greg also, did you have the cyber capabilities that you need to protect the work that you did with your job? And then the other one was like, did you have the human capital to do your job? And so we've met with you a couple of times and we kind of sort of went back and forth about when we would start on these dates. One thing that I appreciate, I remember it was, one of my first meetings as a commissioner, and I was somewhat worried. I do appreciate you continuing to come back to us and send us letters and let us know that, okay, y'all, I know y'all might have been worried, but I'm okay. I can move forward, because I gave some pushback even to my colleagues. I was like, let's not push him out here if he doesn't need it. And the community did reach out. So I feel better. I know you all are looking for an answer from us because you say you got to send a letter out. You want to go ahead and get started and you need that push from us. I feel confident based on what you've given us that I would say yes, that you all can move forward. I hope my colleagues feel the same. I do know that the last time that we talked, you said, you were talking about how you were making sure you were doing appraisals from residential to residential because Zillow was out here losing their mind. At first I tried not to say Zillow on camera, but then you said it. So, Willie, Darby, just protect me and Dwayne if they come and try to put us in the pokey for saying Zillow. I wanted to ask two questions. One, I know that they've tamped some of that down. Are we seeing less commercial here? I know that's not what we're talking about, but I'd like to know. The other thing I want to talk about, I'm happy that you are now in a better position to move forward, but I also see something magical on this screen. I see three brothers up here, doing appraisals. I think nationwide, we don't see that, right? The biggest problem that we have with appraisals is there are not enough people. So the last question I have is, I know we're coming up on the summer. Do we have interns coming into your office? Because human capital and a pipeline and understanding this technology was a big problem you had. I think in the beginning, it was actually a woman. There's one woman in that office that knew how to use some software. I could be wrong. And if I am, tell me I'm wrong. And Claudia's probably like, why are you asking for interns now? But I do want us to make sure that we have young people who come up and understand this process. And we do have, your staff is really great. I actually, when you all give us your situation report, I actually look forward to the legislative report that you all throw in there. Like, that's like the cherry on top. So I read everything that you all send us. And I just think you have such a well-run office. That doesn't take away from the fact that I still love Keith. Claudia, give Keith the intern too. He's going to be jealous. He just presented. And so the two things, are we seeing less private company purchasing residential? And I'll ask you later about what breakdown of that 7,588 it was. And do we have some interns for this office of wonderful individuals?
So Drew has reached out to me about the possibility of interns. So we will explore that. And we'll say, we won't name company names. We'll say investors. We're still seeing a lot of properties bought for investment purposes. In my review of sales, and I'm sure Sterling here, I've seen this as well, but we've seen properties bought in June and not extensively remodeled, but just held for a period of time, and resold in December for a dramatic increase. So we've seen that, that few months increase in resale. And I've also seen investors going in and buying properties and raising the rents. So it's hitting every aspect of the market. Right. It's not just driving up property market prices, market values. Is if you're renting a home, the rents are going up as well.
Perfect. Okay. That's helpful context. Thank y'all. See, mine were quick.
All right, Commissioner Carter, Commissioner Lum, if you have something in the next 7 minutes, go for it.
I already had my turn.
Okay, good. Commissioner Long, you have anything?
No, I'm actually good. I feel like the questions are really robust, and I know Dwayne has been very responsive via email and letting us know that we can always ask him questions at other times.
Okay, well, thank you. So that gives me 7 minutes to say thank you. Mr. Brenson, Mr. Doyle, Mr. Beatty, thank you so much for your presentation, as always. Doing a great job. Thank you. Commissioners, normally we have commissioner comments at this time. Are there anything that's burning that you need to communicate to the board? If
Madam Chair, I have one. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I have one. It's very quick. I just wanted to congratulate our public health staff. Director Jenkins informed the entire public health board about this, but our lab team at the Department of Public Health passed their CLIA inspection, and they actually received 0 citations. And the people who actually conducted the review stated that they were really impressed by the exceptional job that Durham County has done, especially with everything they had to deal with the malware attack, pandemic, new medical record system, plus staffing changes. And I just wanted to name the team members that were really highlighted in the update that we received from the laboratory team: Felicia, Chan, Fabricio, Kim, Marty, Sandra, Liz, Lane, Mike, Dr. Jenks, and Josie. Thank you all so much for all of the work that y'all put in to make sure that our lab passed that certification inspection.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. Okay, so I'd like to ask for a vote to adjourn.
You have a hand up.
Madam, I would like to vote to adjourn, but I just want to make one comment on behalf of our board. And I know we will do a lot more celebrating at our next meeting, but I want to acknowledge our interim manager, Hager, as being, this is, I think, the last meeting we'll all be together where you're at the helm, and just want to say thank you. And I know we'll talk about this more at our next meeting, but just to recognize the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Jacobs, but Manager Hager will be at our next meeting. So we will do a lot more pomp and circumstance on the 14th. So we are not missing anything today.
Oh, well, I'm just, fine.
It's her last working session.
Yeah,
Her last working.
I don't
we gotta go. We'll have it going on.
Don't leave
So,
me, Claudia.
not gonna miss anything. But we do need to jump to the next item, and we will do all that stuff at our next meeting. All right. So, Jacobs, you had a motion to adjourn. Did I get a second? Second from Commissioner Lum. And Ms. Wallace, you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Happy Women's History Month. Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
And Chair Howerton.
Aye. Passed unanimously. We are adjourned. Thank you.